cabin.
It's not muted.
Sometimes you gotta.
Picture?
Yeah.
It's a QDX, right? There it worked. You got it?
Yep. You just gotta press the picture-in-picture mode.
Okay. And then I do, where we at? Spire? GO-2019-0058? Evidentiary. That sounds right.
I think it's spelled right. It is spelled right.
Case number. Begin streaming. And this is the time the hearing starts. Begin streaming. Link.
RSS.
Media streaming.
Streaming. You got this name.
Separation is the video now.
Or 58. Or I'm sorry, it'll be 58.
Wow. If we start. It'd be good. Alright, should be able to watch it. Or I could watch it technically without having it on the website. Yeah. Alright, Destiny, take care of me.
Alright.
She emailed me if I'm doing something stupid. Oh, that jack the camera pointed for stupid TV. See, it's all yellow.
Yeah, that'll be one thing you want to do is switch to content, so you just hit TV like that.
That's what I've got a preset for that, but I don't get to use it because it jacks the camera.
You said that you didn't hear the presentation or anything.
He said it's a good possibility. Yeah, I should do something. Jeez. Okay, it's unmuted. I'm going back to my phone. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. What? Did you say something, Jay? Oh, I got a text. That was it. I can't see him. I think I'll get a ladder. You hear it? All right, let me do one more check on the witness stand. Yeah. It's worse ever since we started using it. This is witness. Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. I'm a witness. I'm a witness. I'm an attorney. I'm OPC. I'm OPC. Good catch. I didn't think about that. I assumed that stupid thing. Yeah. I don't think does the volume affect the microphone? Yeah. But does I don't have a way to increase the volume. If I turn the volume up on this Polycom remote, it's turning up the the RSS's volume. I think I can try it. It's about halfway up. Let me get a ladder if I can't move those microphones. There's one right here in the computer. Yeah. Okay, I'll call you right back. I'll call you right back. Sir, you're welcome to email me if you wanted to tell me something
Let's
that
get
you
that.
didn't want everyone to hear.
Yeah,
Let me send you an email so you got it right up the
Right,
top.
that's all.graham.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, because I alerted, Ron kind of supervises me up there, Judge Bridgen, and I told him that I was not directly controlling things, but if he saw something amiss, let me know and I would flag you on it. So this way he can email me and I can email you.
Yeah, perfect.
Instead of,
He could send me.
actually, you could have him directly touch bases
Sure.
with you too.
He could
That's,
We've got,
that's probably more efficient. He'll see something that I might not.
yeah. We've got a guy up there that'll watch it. Hey, it's John. I've got the microphone right in front of Commissioner Coleman's. Yeah. Jason's calling me. All right, let me do the check. Hello. Hey. Yeah, I saw you got muted. Are you watching the stream right now? I'm gonna do another sound check. I found one of those pod microphones and moved it like right in front of where Commissioner Coleman is. I should be unmuted right now, so I'm gonna do another check. Are you watching the stream? Yeah, good. Yeah, we were right on the microphone, but I'm more worried about the PA system. So I'll leave you on the phone and I'll just run around and do checks again. Check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Opening statements. Yeah, you're going to be a few minutes behind me. So. Check, check. 1, 2. I'm a witness. Witness. Okay. Check. OPC. OPC. We'll have to tell them how to speak up a little bit, probably. I'm good. They're all
Okay, we're going to go on the record. Today is January 15th, 2019. The commission has set this time for an evidentiary hearing in the matter of Spire, Missouri, Inc., doing business as Spire's request to decrease WNAR, file number GO-2019-0058, and in the matter of Spire, Missouri, Inc., DBA Spire's request to increase its WNAR, file number GO-2019-0059. And lest anyone misunderstand on that, we are trying both cases, both files today on a common record. Although the cases have not been consolidated and are separate, they're going to be done on a common record today. With that, I'm Paul Graham. I'm the regulatory law judge presiding over this matter, and we'll ask for the entry of appearances at this point for Spire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michael C. Pendergast, appearing on behalf of Spire, Missouri, Inc. My business address is 423 South Main Street, St. Charles, Missouri, 63301.
Thank you, sir. And is there another counsel at the desk that I cannot see from here?
No, there is not.
Okay,
Just me.
that's your witness. All right, for commission staff, you want to enter your appearance?
Yes, Judge. Excuse me. Appearing on behalf of the staff of the Missouri Public Service Commission, Jeff Keevel, 200 Madison Street, P.O. Box 360, Jefferson City, Missouri, 65102.
All right, thank you. And for and the person sitting with you is not counsel,
No,
right?
that's one of my witnesses.
All right. In the Office of Public Counsel,
Good morning and thank you, Judge. Lyra Shimwell, representing the Office of the Public Counsel. The court reporter has my information, and sitting beside me is our witness, Lena Mantle.
all right, thank you very much. I guess I need to remind something that we all remember to do now, and that's to silence your cell phones and so forth. Prior to going on the record today, we did mark some exhibits. We have reserved, I believe, exhibit numbers 100 through 110 for Spire. Counsel for Spire advises that he would like to reserve on which of those exhibits or what exhibits he wants to mark, but he's reserved 100 through 110. Staff has provided the bench with a list of exhibits 200 through 204, which I think have been marked now, and OPC, the Office of Public Counsel, has provided the bench with an exhibit list with exhibits 300 through 302 identified. As far as concerns the witness list, we're going to follow the sequence that was suggested by staff in its listing of witnesses, in which I believe it was one of the few things that was agreed to by the parties, the order of witnesses in that respect. Are there any other preliminary matters before we start? Are we going to have some opening statements? Mr. Pendergast, do you want to proceed with your opening statement?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Is this on? Does it need to be on? If it please the commission, I stood here a little bit more than a year ago when this issue of having a weather normalization adjustment rider or revenue stabilization mechanism was first raised in our prior rate cases. At that point in time, I recall commending the commission, the staff, and the Office of Public Counsel for a long history of working proactively and creatively to address the impact of weather and other factors on customer usage. And since that time, the commission has approved a weather normalization adjustment rider for the company. It's also approved one for Liberty. And before the forest gets lost because of the trees, I just wanted to express our appreciation for the Commission's actions in moving this issue forward in a constructive and proactive way. With that said, the issue we have today is a relatively simple one, and it has to do with tariff interpretation. As you can see from the screen up there, the main issue is how do we interpret the phrase that in calculating a WNAR, you will use the total normal heating degree days based upon staff's daily normal weather as determined in the rate case. That's pretty much what the staff is relying on, OPC is relying on, and we're relying on for our respective positions. Wouldn't think that a sentence with so few words could lead to such widely different interpretations, but it has. And effectively, what the company's position is that in the rate case, we determined, or we accepted, or you approved, daily heating degree days based on staff's method. And that method not only uses a normal 30 years, I believe, but it also goes through something called a ranking process, where it associates the actual normals degree days in a way that matches them the coldest historical day, the second coldest historical day, so forth and so on. And I think it's absolutely clear that that's how the daily degree days were established in the rate case, and we were fine with that, and we believe that that should be used as the benchmark for making WNAR adjustments. And I think the dispute settles on whether you go through this re-ranking process each time you make a WNAR adjustment. And our view is that you don't, and that that's not something that's reflected in the tariff. The tariff says, as determined. And if you just look at the plain and ordinary meaning of the word determined, it means to fix. It means to go ahead and finalize. It means to go ahead and resolve. Mr. Weitzel, who will be our witness today, provides a number of examples from authoritative dictionaries on what that word means. And so we think that if you look at that, there's nothing in that particular language that suggests we're supposed to go through the ranking method every time that a WNAR adjustment is made. And, the staff obviously takes a certain amount of pride in that ranking method, and I understand that. It, I think, is primarily a creation of its own invention. I think Dr. Wan has gone ahead and, published in a journal the method, and I think we can all be proud when somebody from the regulatory staffs here manages to create something of that nature. The only problem is we look at it, we've seen some results that we're not quite comfortable with. We might be able to get comfortable with it over time, but we aren't at present, and we don't think it was something that was at all agreed upon by the parties, nor fairly something that you can say is inherent in those words that are in the tariff. There's a couple of other reasons that we think an interpretation that these degree days were to be fixed and not massaged and moved around based on the ranking method. First of all, the ranking method's nowhere mentioned in the tariff. And as you can see, that's a pretty robust tariff. I mean, it gives you a formula. It describes the various terms in that formula, and it goes into pretty significant detail on how this mechanism is supposed to work. But nowhere in the tariff will you find the word ranking method. And in fact, I think in his testimony, Mr. Stallman, on behalf of the staff said, well, you know, we could have gone ahead and said, based on staff's method, and that might have clarified it a little bit, but he didn't want to go ahead and mislead people into thinking that if the method was supposed to be used, that you'd be doing things like updating the 30-year normal heating degree days. And that's kind of our point. You know, by not having a method in there, by not having it more clear that this is something we're going to go ahead and use, I think since staff wrote the paper, they weren't very explicit about that while they were explicit about all these other things. The better interpretation is it doesn't authorize that re-ranking method. You know, another reason we think our interpretation is correct is that it's more consistent with how rate case outputs are used in other adjustment mechanisms. For example, we have the infrastructure, the ISRIS mechanism, and that relies on outputs that are established in a rate case. One of the things it relies on is the ROE and capital costs that are established in a rate case. Now, everybody understands that once you make an ISRIS filing, you use the specific ROE that was established in the rate case. You don't apply a methodology to go ahead and say, let's update that ROE. It's the ROE period, fixed output, is used until there's another rate case and you change that fixed output. And I think that's generally true of other things that are established in a rate case. PGA volumes that are used to go ahead and calculate PGA rates, usually established in a rate case. They remain fixed, they don't change, they don't get massaged in between rate cases. That's what you use until you have another rate case. Also, I think it's worthwhile pointing out that staff has gone to considerable lengths in its testimony to explain why its re-ranking approach results in, at least on a monthly basis, a more accurate correlation between weather and degree days. And of course, you know, if you're doing a weather normalization or half a weather normalization every time you make a WNAR adjustment, that's probably going to be true. But I think when staff sits there and says, well, look how this is varying, you know, based on degree days, of course you're going to have variation if you had degree days established in a case. They're not going to be replicated exactly, you know, in the future. Things change. The point of the matter is, though, it's a fixed baseline, and in the end, you have to go ahead and recognize the financial impact of what the total heating degree days were in the rate case versus the actual total degree days that you're experiencing for an annual period. And as long as you do that, the fact that it may be variations, that you might be over in one day or over in 1 month and under in the other, you know, it's kind of irrelevant from our perspective. I think this sort of fixation, and I'm not saying that it's a bad fixation, on accuracy that staff has relied on, and public counsel to a degree in its testimony, is a little at odds with the position that staff took in the rate case. And I say that because when the staff proposed a specimen tariff sheet, and this was proposed very late in the process, it was on the last day of the evidentiary hearing, it wasn't in testimony, so there was never an opportunity to really conduct discovery on it. It also proposed in that same specimen tariff sheet a 1 cent hard cap. And that 1 cent hard cap, as we had the opportunity to respond to in an affidavit, would have actually created a rate design that protected us less when it came to weather, and protected the customer less when it came to weather than what the existing rate design that the fleet had at the time. You may recall it had weather mitigation rate design where all of its distribution costs were recovered in the first 30 therms. So, you know, if you are really concerned about accuracy, what you don't do, and having a good full reconciliation of weather and its impact on usage, you don't put a hard cap on. It basically leaves a significant amount of that usage variation due to weather completely uncovered. You know, it's not really the approach you take if accuracy is your main goal. For all of those reasons, and as I said, Mr. Weitz will be here to explain the company's position in more detail. We believe that our interpretation of the tariff is the correct one. And once again, I'm glad that, you know, we've gotten to a point in Missouri that, you know, we're arguing about these kind of issues, but we've, at least in our perspective, made the important policy decisions to move us forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have a question for council in the opening statement? Go ahead, Chairman.
Thank you. So just to be clear, do you oppose staff's methodology, or is your position simply that tariff construction in this case does not allow for it to be applied?
Chairman, we did oppose it in the rate case. We do not feel comfortable having it implemented now, and all I was trying to suggest is that we might get comfortable with it after we see, you know, some additional examples of how this works. I mean, we were the first utility with a weather clause in Missouri, and this is the first time that the re-ranking method has really been raised in the context of an adjustment clause. So we would prefer to go ahead and live with the fixed outputs that were determined in the rate case until we either have another rate case, or we can go to the staff and say, you know, we've digested this more, and we're comfortable with taking this approach.
Okay, and how were adjustments for a WNAR handled in the past?
Well, you know, since this was really the first WNAR, you know, there's really not a history of how these things were done, and this issue really didn't surface, at least from the company's perspective, until we tried to file our first WNAR adjustment. And at that point, people started looking at each other's work papers, and you know, we kind of said, well, what's this ranking method being done in here? And the staff took the position, well, we think that's what's required, and that's where the issue was joined for the first time.
Okay, you stated that you opposed the methodology in the rate case, that you might be comfortable with it at some point in the future, or you might have an opportunity to become comfortable with it. What would you say is the most likely harm that would come out of using staff's interpretation in this case?
Yeah, I think from our perspective, you know, since you have to reconcile back, I think, to the total degree days versus the total actual degree days, you know, hopefully there would not be a significant difference regardless of which method you used. But because the staff goes ahead and does this, you know, allocation of degree days to, you know, based on warmest, coldest, going down the gradation, we have seasonal rates. And you could have an effect if you were reallocating these degree days to different days based on this ranking method, and they traversed one of these seasonal rate changes. Because, you know, when you have the degree days, whether you're over or under, you got to price them out. And if you're pricing them out at different levels, and we disagree on what level it should have been for a given point in time, that could cause a problem. Is it a huge problem? It's not a huge problem, but it could be a problem.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If the commission were to determine that the tariff language was unclear on this point, that it was ambiguous, is the appropriate course for the commission to select the methodology that makes the most sense, that makes the most policy sense, that is the most consistent with our intent when we crafted the order that established it?
Well, obviously, if you feel like there's not a way based on the wording itself, based on the history of how the tariff came into being, and its comparison to other adjustment mechanisms and how they've been treated,
Those are all things that we would take into account in determining what's the most reasonable.
Yeah, and I think that those are all elements that you need to take into account in making that determination. And I'm not going to suggest that you leave this thing unresolved forever if you truly have some concerns about, I'm just not sure what this required. But I would certainly hope you take those factors into consideration if you thought it was necessary to go there.
Okay, so I guess what I'm really trying to understand, and I think you've answered this, is I think there's an argument that if it's ambiguous, we should go with the company's interpretation. You're not suggesting that. You're saying that if it's ambiguous, we should go with what is the most reasonable, what is the best policy, what is the most consistent with our intent.
Yeah, I guess to accurately state what our position is, we don't believe it's ambiguous.
I understand that.
Yeah, right. And because we don't believe it's ambiguous, we don't think there's a need for the commission to go down that road.
But if it is ambiguous?
But if the commission determines that it is ambiguous, then I think you would need to take all those factors into consideration in determining what the right thing to do is.
Thank you.
No questions. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's opening statement for staff.
Yes, Judge. I'm going to have to ask Mr. Hanauer, is there any way we can zoom that thing in a little more on the formula itself?
For the commissioners, the exhibit they're looking at is attached to EFS item number 28. If you want to look at it there, you'll see it more clearly, I think. Thank you. That's the last EFS item.
Fine. What that is, there you go, thank you, John. What that is a copy of the tariff. I don't know if you all have copies with you or not, but you got one?
Yeah.
You have a copy of the tariff? Sure. Yes. Which one did I give you? 7? There's an 8 also. You have both of them,
I
Judge?
think I have most of it.
I think I did see it on
It's, uh,
Thank
you. Judge, I have exhibit numbers for these. The first one is the PSC model number 7 for Spire, Missouri East. And the second one is PSC model number 8 for Spire, Missouri West.
I'm sorry, say again? These are not the exhibit numbers you've given me.
Right, these are new exhibits. I'm
All right.
asking to be marked.
And they're going to be numbers what, sir?
Give me just 1 second. I can tell you that.
Okay. Sorry.
The one that,
Number would be 205, I think.
205, right,
So these will-
and 206.
All right. You want to give those names for the record right now so we know what they are?
Yeah, 205 is the WNAR tariff for Spire, Missouri East. And 206 is the WNAR tariff for Spire, Missouri West. I would ask that those, you take official notice of those and just receive them into the record as exhibits, if you would.
I'm assuming there's no objection from anybody, since this is what the case is about. No objection noted. The staff's exhibits 205 and 206 will be admitted per official notice rules.
Thank you, Judge. May it please the commission. I'm Jeff Keeble, representing the commission staff. I'm going to begin with a little bit of background to give you some idea of how we got to where we are today. Most of this background information comes from pages 78 through 85 of the commission's amended report and order in Spire's most recent rate cases. Case number GR 2017-0215 for Spire, Missouri East, and GR 2017-0216 for Spire, Missouri West. And I would encourage you to read those pages of that order for more background detail on the WNAR. Excuse me. Now, in Spire's most recent rate cases, Spire sought what was referred to as a revenue stabilization mechanism, or RSM, under section 386.266.3 RSMO. This statute, as the commission found in those cases, authorizes an RSM which allows rate adjustments for variations due to weather, conservation, or both. However, the commission rejected Spire's proposed RSM because it would have made rate adjustments for all variations in average usage per customer, such as fuel switching, rate class switching, new customers with non-average use, and economic factors, and not just those limited to weather or conservation. Therefore, the commission found that Spire's proposed RSM was not consistent with the statute. The commission also found that Spire's proposed RSM would not provide rate stability, that it was not necessary for the company because Spire was not having difficulty meeting its revenue requirement, and it was not shown to be a good mechanism to incentivize conservation. However, in the rate case, staff presented a sample tariff sheet with a Weather Normalization Adjustment Rider, or WNAR, for commission consideration. That sample tariff sheet, which was admitted into the record as exhibit number 281, included a method of adjusting rates based only on weather variation. No objection to the document was made with the exception of 3 proposed modifications submitted by Spire, none of which had anything to do with the definition or calculation of normal heating degree days. The commission found that because annual natural gas usage is 95% correlated with annual heating degree days, using staff's climatic normal and weather normalization in the form of the WNAR tariff would more accurately resolve the revenue stabilization issue because it is specifically linked to weather fluctuations. The commission rejected Spire's proposed RSM, but determined that a WNAR tariff is in the public interest and is just and reasonable as set out by staff's example tariff, with one of the 3 proposed modifications submitted by Spire of an upward adjustment limit and the elimination of a downward adjustment limit. So that brings us to the current cases, which, as Mr. Pendergast stated, are Spire's first filings under the WNAR tariffs, which were approved in the last rate cases. The issue in these cases is basically what daily normal weather should be used, or how should daily normal weather be calculated for purposes of calculating WNAR adjustments. Staff's position on the first issue on the issue list is that according to the tariff, daily normal weather ranked on current accumulation period actual daily temperature data and compared to current accumulation period actual daily weather should be used for purposes of calculating the WNAR adjustments. The accumulation period of the current cases was part of 2018. Therefore, daily normal weather ranked on 2018 actual daily temperature data should be used for the WNAR adjustments. However, Spire used daily normal weather ranked on 2016 actual daily temperature data from the rate case to compare to 2018 actual daily weather. Now, if you look at the tariff, which I passed out and which is up here on the screen, you will see a formula set forth in the tariff there. Right now, although this looks very complex and difficult, we try to simplify this. What I would like you to focus on is the subscript IJ following NDD, ADD, and C. You will see that part of the formula, in fact, the majority of the formula, is parent NDD sub IJ minus ADD sub IJ, close parent, times C sub IJ. Now, if you look at the definitions right below the formula, you will see that I equals the applicable billing cycle month, and J equals the billing cycle. Now, in the formula, going back to the formula itself, IJ does not change whether you're looking at NDD for normal degree days, ADD for actual degree days, or C for the number of customer charges. In other words, you use the same applicable billing cycle month and billing cycle, whether you are talking about NDD, ADD, or C. Stated another way, you compare apples to apples. However, Spire is using 2016 data for NDD from the rate case test year and 2018 data for ADD and C. Now, you can see from the formula that Spire is not following the tariff, just on its face. In addition, billing cycle dates change from year to year. So using 2016 NDD and 2018 ADD results in a further mismatch. It should also be noted that Spire is taking normals calculated by staff from the 2016 rate case test year as though those normals were calendar day specific. However, staff does not produce calendar day normals. Instead, staff calculates daily normals based on the coldest to warmest day of each month. Therefore, Spire's method is not even using staff's daily normal weather. And this, in fact, gets to the heart of Spire's misinterpretation and misapplication of the tariff, which you heard Mr. Pendergast speak about a moment ago. Spire claims that the definition of NDD sub IJ, which is defined as the total normal heating degree days based upon staff's daily normal weather as determined in the most recent rate case, means that daily normal heating degree days for purposes of WNAR calculations were fixed and finalized in the rate case. However, Spire's interpretation does not give meaning to each word of the definition it relies upon. Spire's interpretation would result in a definition more like the daily normal heating degree days used by staff in the most recent rate case. Remember, however, that staff does not produce calendar day normals in the rate case. Instead, staff calculates daily normals based on the coldest to warmest day of each month. Staff's ranking method requires the normal weather to be ranked consistently with the actual weather of the period, or in this case, 2018. Ranking based on actual temperature is an essential element of staff's normal weather. Therefore, staff's normal weather without proper rankings of the associated actual temperature is no longer staff's normal weather. Spire's interpretation of the NDD sub IJ term gives no meaning to the words based upon or as determined from the definition. If you look at the definition, or as you heard Mr. Pendergast speak earlier, he was talking about the word determine. But if you look at the definition of the word as, which precedes the word determined in the NDDIJ definition, you will see that one of the definitions of as is in the way or manner that. Another definition is the way in which. Therefore, the definition of NDD sub IJ would be the total normal heating degree days based upon staff's daily normal weather, the way in which it was determined in the rate case. So why does any of this matter? If improper normal daily heating degree days is used for the WNAR adjustments, then the relationship between gas usage and heating degree days that was determined during the most recent rate case is not valid anymore. The calculation of the WNAR adjustments is performed under the assumption that the relationship between gas usage and associated heating degree days that was determined in the most recent rate case is correct and is not changed during the accumulation period. There is no validity for the WNAR adjustments if that assumption does not hold because improper daily heating degree, normal daily heating degree days are used. Therefore, to be used in Spire's WNAR adjustments, proper normal daily heating degree days must be ranked on actual daily temperature data of the accumulation period, which again is 2018, not 2016. It should also be noted, as Mr. Pendergast mentioned, that after the Spire rate case is concluded, Liberty Utilities Gas Corporation had a rate case and got a WNAR tariff approved with a formula identical to that of Spire's. In its first filing under its WNAR tariff, Liberty followed staff's method, unlike Spire. Therefore, for purposes of consistency, if nothing else, the Commission should order Spire to follow the same method. Now, the second issue listed on the list of issues addresses what to do if the Commission determines that the WNAR tariff sheets are vague. You will notice, and you heard Mr. Pendergast confirm a moment ago, but you'll notice in its position statement, Spire states that it does not believe there's any ambiguity. However, in his rebuttal testimony, page 7, line 5, Spire's witness, Mr. Weitzel, refers to the tariff language as oblique. Apparently, they've now changed their position. In any event, however, if the Commission determines that the WNAR tariff sheets are vague, staff submits that its interpretation of this tariff and calculation method is most consistent with the Commission's intent when it ordered adoption of the WNAR tariff, as shown in the Commission's amended report and order in the most recent rate case. In conclusion, staff requests the Commission issue an order finding in its favor, rejecting the WNAR rates filed by Spire, and ordering Spire to file appropriate WNAR rates as calculated by staff. Staff further requests the Commission order Spire to use staff's ranked method for calculating WNAR rate adjustments in future WNAR filings consistent with the tariff sheets. Staff will be presenting the testimony of 3 witnesses, Dr. Sung-Jun Won, Mr. Michael Stallman, and Ms. Robin Cleathurst. I would encourage you to ask good questions when they take the witness stand, because they're far more knowledgeable about weather normalization than I am. And as Mr. Pendergast mentioned, Dr. Won has even been published on this very topic. But in the meantime, I will do my best to try to answer any questions if you have some for me. Thank you.
Questions? Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do the other adjustments that were allowed in the last rate case that Spire referenced, and I think this was in Mr. Weitzel's direct, pages 8 and 9, ROE, cost of debt, capital structure, ISRIS, do those include the qualifying language as determined in the last rate case?
I honestly don't know, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I would say that to the extent that you're referring to, or Spire, not you, is referring to other adjustments like ISRIS and PGA, in all honesty, I don't see the relevance because those are completely different adjustments designed for different purposes. Some of them have authorizing statutory language, some of them do not. Each of them depends on how they are specifically worded in the company's tariffs, and Spire hasn't provided an example of how those are defined or anything in the tariffs. And I don't think that it's really a fair comparison to compare other adjustments to this WNAR.
So then is it your position that specific language, as determined in the last general rate case, is only appropriate on this adjustment?
I guess what I'm saying is the use or the meaning of that language in this tariff could be completely different than those other usages, assuming the quote is correct, based on the context and the purposes behind the adjustments.
Staff drafted this tariff.
The tariff, staff drafted most of the tariff. What happened was, like I said, Spire had a completely separate tariff it was proposing, which was rejected. Staff drafted this tariff based partly on some other similar tariffs in other states. And then Spire came back and proposed 3 modifications, after having time to read it and evaluate it, came back and filed 3 proposed modifications to what staff had drafted. The commission, in its report and order, adopted 1 of Spire's 3 proposed modifications and rejected the other 2. So I would agree staff wrote most of the tariff with the exception of that modification that was proposed by Spire.
So do you know if there were discussions with staff and the parties about that specific language and why it was included on this adjustment but no other adjustment?
Mr. Stallman would be a great person for you to ask that. He was involved in the drafting and discussions on that. I do not personally know the answer to that, but I would encourage you to ask him that.
Okay. And I guess finally, for now, how would this formula look to match Spire's interpretation? How would the formula itself be different to match what Spire has interpreted it to be?
There's several things you'd have to change, I think, but what I was focusing on there was the NDDIJ would no longer be NDDIJ.
What would it be?
It would be, well, you'd have to add additional definition terms there, because as defined, I is, I can't remember what the specific one. I is the applicable billing cycle month and J is the billing cycle. What they're using are billing cycle months and billing cycles from 2016. So you'd have to redefine some additional terms to pick up billing cycle months and billing cycles from 2016, and then put those in for where NDDIJ is, rather than.
But don't they reach that conclusion by applying the language as determined in the last general rate case? Doesn't that seem to be the language that this all hinges on?
Well, if you're looking just at the definition, that's what Spire would have you focus on. I think you can look at the formula itself and see, in addition to the definition, that because of what I and J represent, and I and J are consistent, whether you're talking about NDD, ADD, or C, that you have to use the same time period. Now, it doesn't tell you that you have to use 2018, but logic tells you if you're using, or if you're trying to calculate a current adjustment based on the actual weather, you've got to be using the 2018 for the ADD and for C, because you want the current customer number. So therefore, if you're using 2018 for ADD And C, you have to use ADD, or excuse me, 2018 for NDD.
Because the I and J are consistent in the formula.
Exactly.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Continue with that same inquiry, but from a different, somewhat different perspective. What would you change on the NDD-IJ definition if you wanted it to be, from your perspective, even more crystal clear that staff's methodology is the appropriate one?
I'm not sure, frankly, how you could make the formula itself. I think you'd have to drop down into the definitions below the formula. And it could be done if you rewrote those definitions, but it could not be done easily or in a summary fashion. You're talking about probably several pages of definitions if you were truly trying to tie this thing down as tightly as you would probably, I think you're asking. Staff thought about that in the during the rate case when the thing was originally being drafted, and this was the best staff could come up with and still result in a reasonable length for a tariff, or definition, I should say. Again, if I would suggest that Mr. Stallman would be a good person to ask that. He was the one that was personally involved with it.
I understand that staff's position is that if the commission were to go with Spire's position or were to deviate from staff's position, the result would be a disruption of the linkage between the temperature, essentially, weather, and consumption. That the rate case, the commission made a determination as to that linkage, and if we don't follow your approach, we're going to disrupt that linkage.
That was essentially what I was saying when I was speaking about the relationship
Right.
between usage and heating degree days.
Okay, so what I want to understand is, if, I understand that your position is that we disrupt that linkage, or we disrupt that relationship if we go with Spire's position, but there's still a link, right? It's just not as strong. I mean, there's still a link between weather and consumption, even under Spire's methodology, isn't that correct?
Would there be a link? Very, very remote, very remote. And what if you look at the tariffs, and this is one of the few places where the Spire East tariff and the Spire West tariff actually have a slight difference. When I'm talking about relationship between usage and heating degree days, staff in the rate case, and your order in the rate case reflected or mentioned the staff's regression models that were used to develop the correlation between usage and heating degree days. Part of that, and part of it's also tied to the rates of the two different companies, East and West. But if you look at the tariffs in that last paragraph on the first page, you notice different coefficients. So and for example, the beta in the formula, the coefficient is different for Spire East and Spire West. So there's it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 digits to the right of the decimal point there on the coefficient, on the beta for the coefficient for Spire East and Spire West. If you don't stick with the same method, you basically throw that thing out. I mean, for all practical purposes, I think, and you disrupt that linkage based on that regression.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Coleman? No questions. Council? I got it.
Sure.
Questions. Ultimately, is this case about whether staff's methodology squares with the tariff's language?
Is it about whether the staff's methodology squares with the tariff? I'm not sure I understand the question, because I think it's possibly, is the answer to your question, is it whether it squares with the tariff? It's basically, I think, whether, well, it's not just whether staff's method squares with, it's whether Spire's method squares with it. It's which method squares with the tariff language, I guess, is what I would say.
That's fair. Directing your attention now to the tariff and the definition of NDD. Is it fair to say that the dispute between staff and Spire turns on the definition of the word as?
I think that's one of the things, yes, it turns on. It also, I think, can be seen, as I mentioned to one of the commissioners, you don't even have to get into the written definitions themselves, you can just see it from the formula. But, yeah,
I understand that's the approach that you've taken.
Yeah, and I mean, as determined, does that mean determined in the sense, I mean, that Spire would have you believe it means? Because their testimony only addresses determined, not as determined.
Have you thought about what part of speech as is? Is it an adverb?
It's, in this sense, it's a conjunction, I believe.
Does it refer to how? How, when, and where? How determined? When determined?
As I said,
Well, I didn't mean to stump you with those questions. We're just trying to formulate the issues up here, and my understanding is that we're concerned with the meaning of the tariff.
you know, yeah. Depending on its usage, Judge, as can be adverb, a conjunction, a pronoun, and a preposition.
And somebody thought through that one, didn't they?
Okay? And
Now, as determined, looking at your definition here, NDD, what phrase or word does that modify?
I believe it's being used as a conjunction in the tariff, Judge, to join the first phrase and the second phrase. The total normal heating degree days based upon staff's daily normal weather.
All right.
And that phrase conjoined with as determined in the most recent rate case.
Well, all right, we'll sort that out in the hearing. Thank you. Any further questions from commissioners? Okay. All right, I think we're ready for the next opening statement from OPC.
Thank you. Good morning. May it please the commission. I'm Lyra Shimwell. I represent the Office of the Public Counsel, and we're here today to look at what the tariff requires. It is Public Counsel's position that the tariff requires the approach used by staff and staff's resolution of the issues. Staff's approach is logical. It determines how the actual weather from a particular period of time compares with normal weather for the same particular period of time. It's accurate in that it conforms to the commission order, in which the commission said, and this is, Mr. Kiva referred to this, GR-2017-0015 and 0016, page 80 through 81 of the commission's order, says that with a volumetric rate, the goal of the companies to increase revenue by selling more gas is misaligned with the goal of conservation. And this misalignment is best resolved by using staff's climatic, normal, and weather normalization, because and this, I'm adding this word, residential annual natural gas usage is 95% correlated with heating degree days. In other words, usage is almost completely correlated with temperature for residential. That's not true for industrial. Weather variations cause the greatest variations in revenues for the company because of that correlation. And the commission also found that based on staff's weather normalization regressions, a mechanism based solely on weather could account for over 97% of residential usage variation within a given year. Thus, a weather normalization rider would account for most of the variations due to weather. That's why the commission accepted the weatherization rider in this case, and the commission ordered implementation as follows. Because annual natural gas usage is 95% correlated with the annual heating degree days, using staff's climatic normal and weather normalization in the form of the WNAR tariff. So they're referring to staff's weather normalization, would more accurately resolve the revenue stabilization issue because it is specifically linked to weather fluctuations, and I would add, in the period being considered, in the weather being considered in a specific period. Staff's recommendation uses a methodology developed, as Ms. Mantle can testify, by experts with PhD level education in economics. First, it started with Dr. Mike Proctor, that probably you don't remember. He worked here for 30 years, and then he went to SPP. He taught economics as well. This was continued by Dr. Henry Warren, also a PhD in economics, and now by Dr. Sung Jong Woon, who is not only a PhD in economics, but also in mathematics. Dr. Warren and Dr. Wong have a peer-reviewed publication that is attached to Dr. Wong's testimony, and let me say it is surprisingly readable, in part. Spire's witness, in contrast, does not have the same experience, the equivalent education, and certainly no peer-reviewed publication. If you look at the rate case experience of staff's witnesses and OPC's witness, Ms. Mantle, they have a long history of experience with rate cases. We've had, I think, a pretty adequate discussion of the tariff language, but it is OPC's position that the term "as" is a conjunctive, and according to Merriam-Webster, "as" means the method used or how something was done. And the method that staff used in the past case is what should be used in this case, and that is comparing the same period of time, the weather, with the normal weather for that same period. Notably, the Liberty case, their first WNAR, the company accepted staff's methodology without question. It's case number GO-2019-0060, filed September 1, 2018, effective October 1, 2018. I have an exhibit that I have marked that I will have Dr. Juan verify, but I'd like to hand it out. This is from Dr. Juan's testimony, and I think it helps understand the adjustment. the top graph, this is the rate case weather adjustment. Compares the normal test year and it's for the normal test year and the actual test year. The orange line is therms, the blue is actual, and the purple is normalized or normal heating degree days. And you can see that they're highly correlated. The purple and blue lines are highly correlated. Using staff's methodology is the middle chart. Commissioner Hall, I believe that this answers your question to some extent. This is a normal WNA period and the actual WNA period where staff has the normal heating degree days, the normalized heating degree days, which is done over a 30-year period, and the actual. And there is a very strong correlation. The bottom graph is using the company's proposed methodology, which shows a limited correlation between the actual and the normalized, suggesting that staff's methodology is the more accurate methodology by which to calculate. Ms. Mantle has filed both direct and rebuttal in this case and will be happy to answer your questions.
Any questions?
Do you think that the language of the tariff is at all ambiguous?
I don't think if you use as the conjunctive, it is not ambiguous.
Okay.
Which I believe the company agrees it is not ambiguous. But again, we had the discussion of as, I do believe it is a conjunctive, and it means using the same method as or the same process as staff used in the test case, but it doesn't mean the same numbers.
No questions.
Thank you.
All right, we are at a little bit more than an hour. It's early to take a break up here. How's the court reporter doing? Okay. Mr. Pendergast, are you ready to proceed with your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. We may run past lunch with that witness, but go ahead and proceed.
At this time, the company would call Scott A. Weitzel to stand.
Yes, Mr. Weitzel, you want to put your hand up and be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead. You proceed, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Weitzel, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Scott Weitzel, 700 Market Street, St. Louis.
And are you the same Scott Weitzel who filed direct testimony in these cases consisting of 12 pages, which direct testimony has been marked as Exhibit 100?
Yes.
And are you also the same Scott Weitzel who filed rebuttal testimony in this proceeding, which rebuttal testimony has been marked as Exhibit 101?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to either your direct or rebuttal testimony?
Not this time.
Okay. If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed testimony, Exhibits 101 and 100 and 101, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
To the best of my knowledge.
At this time, Your Honor, I would ask for admission of Exhibits 101, or 100 and 101, and tender Mr. Weitzel for cross-examination.
So exhibits 100 and 101 are being
100
tendered?
and 101.
Any objections from anyone? They are admitted, and we'll pass the witness, I guess, to OPC.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Weitzel.
Good morning.
How are you?
Doing fine.
Mr. Weitzel, I mean no disrespect, but you don't have a PhD in economics.
I do not have a PhD.
And your answer then is period.
Period.
Is weather normalization a data-based process?
The database process in what respect to where the data is pulled from, how it's computed.
Well, let's start with how it's computed.
Okay. It's pulled from the NOAA. And, you know, that's,
Here's referring to the National Oceanographic and
Yes.
Atmospheric.
administration.
The weather normalization is calculated specifically for Spire East and Spire West because they're in different parts of the state. So you will have different weather in either part of the state.
That is correct.
Accuracy is important in the calculation of weather normalization adjustments because its results help form the revenue requirement. Okay.
Can you repeat that question?
Calculation of weather normalization adjustments is important because it's used in the rate case ultimately to calculate the revenue requirement.
Okay. I was confused on when you said weather normalization adjustment,
Could I,
rider versus the normalization done in the rate case.
could I interrupt for a moment? Is your microphone on?
Mine is up.
The witnesses?
Test.
I don't think so.
Is there a button?
Okay, we have a problem overall with our sound system today, and I'm getting a couple of signals. There we go. Yeah, just, I think a lot of people that are outside of the room here will be happier now. Thanks.
So yes, normalization is done as part of the rate case to determine revenue.
And also, billing determinants,
Correct.
which eventually results in the rates set, the customer rates. that are
That is
set.
correct.
You agree that accuracy is also important in the calculation of the WNA adjustment? Which calculation is shown on the screen.
How do you mean accuracy as part of the calculation? If the formula is being followed,
Yes.
yes, the formula should be followed in the tariff.
Will you turn to page 3, line 4 of your rebuttal, please? Are you there, sir?
Yes,
And you state that Spire wanted to ensure that the WNAR operates in an appropriate manner for both the company and its customers. By appropriate manner, do you mean that it's fair for both?
I mean that the tariff needs to be followed to what the tariff means. And if the tariff is being followed, that both customer and company will be fair, and whether there's a credit to the customer or a charge for this rider.
And in this case, we have one adjustment going up and west going down.
Yes.
I think that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Across from staff.
Very briefly, Judge. Mr. Weitzel, on page 4, bottom of page 4, your rebuttal testimony, you have a definition there of the word determined, taken from the, according to your testimony, taken from the Merriam-Webster dictionary. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Is this a new exhibit?
Yeah. Let's make this a new exhibit.
You want to go ahead and give us some numbers before you get started?
Okay.
I think your next exhibit number is going to be 206. 207.
207, yes.
Right. Sorry, I grabbed them all here.
Mr. White?
Hand him one? Okay.
I gave the judge 3 copies.
I threw mine away,
Oh,
thanks.
okay.
So this is going to be 207.
Yes. Mr. Weitzel, I've handed you what's been marked as Exhibit 207. Can you identify that document, sir?
Yes, it looks like a printout of definitions for as.
Print out from the Merriam-Webster dictionary.
It seems to be so, correct.
Judge, I'd offer Exhibit 207.
Any objections? Hearing none, 207 is admitted. What are we going to name that for the record?
Definition of as.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks.
Mr. Weitzel, if I could have you look, turn to the second page of the, under, where it says definition of as, entry 2 of 9, under the word conjunction. Could you read me the definitions 3 and 4?
In the way or manner, what do as I do, in accordance with what, or the way in which quite good, as boys go.
So would you agree that, based on this dictionary, that in the way or manner that and the way in which are each accepted definitions of the word as?
Yeah, whatever's on the sheet.
Okay. Now, Mr. Weitzel, do you agree that Spire is using 2016 test year data from the rate case in its calculation of normal for purposes of the WNAR adjustments?
I believe predominantly it is. I know the leap year has come into consideration or talked about, and again, that the company's not worried about one day in the data set of the rate case information. I mean, as in we would be willing to, or use staffs excluding a leap year. I know that was an issue. But for all intents and purposes, we're using normal out of staff work papers that were in the rate case.
Well, you're using normal as understood by Spire in the staff's work papers, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
So you said you're using normal out of staff's work papers, and I think staff would probably disagree that you're using normal out of staff's work papers, but you're using you're using Spire's understanding of normal out of staff's work papers from the rate case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'd like to mark this Exhibit 208.
All right. And what do you want to name it?
Transcript, rate case transcript.
Is it somebody's particular?
Yes, it's the testimony of Mr. Stallman from the Spire rate case.
Thank you. Proceed.
Judge, since it is a rate case transcript, I would ask you just receive it into the record as evidence based on official notice.
Now, in your request to have this admitted, is your request limited to this exhibit? You're not asking us at this point, I think we probably are going to have to take official notice of the entire case that you referred to, but your request now is to take official notice of this exhibit, 208.
True.
Okay. Any objections?
No objection.
Exhibit number 208 is received per official notice rules.
Mr. Weitzel, do you have a copy of Exhibit 208?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that Exhibit 208 consists of the transcript of the testimony of Mr. Michael Stallman of staff in Spire's last rate cases?
Yes.
Okay. If I could have you turn to page 2433. At the bottom, toward the bottom there of page 2433, beginning on line 23, there's a question that asks, or the question is, and could you explain how it would work? Now, let me back up. Actually, line 20. Would you agree, before I ask that, Mr. Weitzel, would you agree that this portion of Mr. Stallman's testimony in the rate case is in regard to the WNAR tariff? If you look at lines 14 through 19 on that page 2433, I think you can see that.
It primarily just the RSM that's been talked about, but morphed into the WNR conversation.
Yeah, and if you look at page 2433 of Exhibit 208, beginning on line 9 there, there's a Mr. Thompson, who was the attorney for staff, says to Mr. Stallman, I'm showing you a document that's been marked as Staff Exhibit 281. Do you see that, sir?
Yeah, it's 281, the WNR tariff.
Yes. Okay, so this testimony of Mr. Stallman here is in regard to the WNAR tariff. Are we in agreement on that?
Sure.
Okay. Now, if you go down there to line 23, question is, could you explain how it would work, it being the WNAR tariff? Or is that something that's not possible here? Could you read Mr. Stallman's answer there beginning on line 25?
I can try to give a brief rundown. Essentially what we would use is, this would be very similar to the weather normalization adjustment we make in a rate case. So we've done this calculation already. We use staff's weather method, and the concept is you would take using staff's weather method, you'd compute the normal heating degree days and subtract the actual heating degree days of the applicable weather station.
Okay. So you see that word, Mr. Stallman says you would compute the normal heating degree days and subtract the actual heating degree days. Focusing on the word compute, you would compute. Does that mean to you that a computation has already been made, or that a computation needs to be made in the future?
Well, since this was a specimen tariff and not an actual tariff or rider.
No, we're talking about Exhibit 281, which became the WNAR tariff.
But this is a hypothetical tariff discussion on how to be approached. And so, how are you computed, You can repeat your question, see if I can answer it.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Now, in reference to the Exhibit 281, Mr. Stallman said you would compute the normal heating degree days and subtract the actual heating degree days. Does the word compute, as used there, indicate that the computation has already been done, or that a computation will need to be made?
I think we'd have to bring out the old Webster dictionary again, like we've done in so many cases, unfortunately. You know, compute, calculate, whether it's pre or post. I'd have to actually look at that word definition.
So the would, that doesn't mean anything to you? You would compute.
Yes,
That-
you would do something.
And you think that could be something that's already occurred?
And I think,
Yes or no? You think that refers to something that has already occurred?
once an actual live tariff goes in place, it's all in context.
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Weitzel.
Okay.
The phrase, you would compute, does that refer to something that has already occurred or something that is yet to occur?
You would compute. If you were doing this, you would compute it.
In the future? I haven't already computed it. If I would compute, I haven't already computed it, have I?
I'm going to object. Asked and answered.
Well, he hasn't answered, that's the point. It's a yes or no question, and he refuses to give a yes or no answer.
Give me 1 second.
Just a minute, I'm going to overrule the objection at this point, but you're getting to the end of that line.
And your question is, would compute in the future?
Does that refer to something to occur in the future or to something that has already occurred? The computation? The answer is future.
See, I wish you would take the ... But, I mean, whether it's
You don't
calculated.
know?
Once the determinants were known, you would compute.
Okay. Let me go on. Speaking of determinants, page 9 of your rebuttal testimony. Beginning on line 2, about in the middle of line 2, you begin a sentence that says, or should the commission leave the HDD's billing determinants and revenues in place as established by commission order in those proceedings? And I believe those proceedings are the recent rate cases. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Okay. Did I quote your testimony correctly?
Sure.
Okay. Now, would you agree that one of the most common billing determinants are customer numbers?
Yes.
And would you also agree that for purposes of the WNAR tariff, you do not use the customer numbers established in the rate case?
That is correct.
So your statement there that you're using billing determinants established in the rate cases, you're not, that's not true for customer numbers, correct?
Well, this is more of a general statement and not specific.
Is that true? Are you using customer numbers established in the rate case for purposes of calculating the WNAR adjustment?
Your Honor.
No, because the tariff doesn't
Just
state
a
it.
minute, counsel, or,
Yeah.
It just could, what does be afforded the opportunity to give a complete answer? He tends to
Yeah.
get interrupted by Mr.
counsel, if you'd repeat the last question and then give the witness an opportunity to answer.
I'll be happy to if you answers the question. For purposes of calculating the WNAR adjustments, you do not use the customer numbers established in the most recent rate case, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Contrary to the statement in your rebuttal testimony, that the commission should leave the billing determinants established in the rate cases sacrosanct.
Those are more general comments on
General
rate
comments,
case
okay.
billing determinants than specific to the many items and measures in the WNAR.
Okay. So is there any way, as we read through your testimony, to differentiate between when you're being just general and when you're being specific and
Yeah, I think if I'm
Sir.
specific to the tariff language and addressing the WNAR tariff, that's being very specific to the tariff.
but that's what you're saying here, isn't it? That the tariff language leaves the billing determinants established in the rate case as they were established in the rate case. Isn't that the point of that statement on the top of page 9? In your opinion, that's what the billing determinants do?
Yeah, generally billing determinants are
Generally.
set in the rate case.
Yeah, okay. So where's the word generally in there?
When I say, or should the
No,
commission,
Where is the word generally?
Counsel, let him answer the question.
He
I think
wasn't going to answer the question.
I think he was starting to answer the question when you stepped on his answer. Let him answer.
or should, what lines were you wanting clarification on?
The sentence where you're talking about,
Or should the commission leave the heating
Yeah.
degree days billing determinants and revenue in place?
and then continuing on with your answer, leave the test year determinants at the levels approved in the rate case.
Though it doesn't specify the WNR tariff language.
But I mean, you're not leaving the test year determinants at the levels they approved in the rate case anyway, right? Because
For this measure? For this tariff rider? Is that your question?
for purposes of the customer numbers, you are updating the customer numbers from the rate case, correct?
The WNR tariff updates the customer numbers and the billing cycles.
Okay. And so you're saying that's okay, but it's not okay to update the normal degree date.
I don't say normal, I just say heating degree days, which could be normal, actuals.
And where do you distinguish between some rate billing determinants, and other billing determinants in your statement on the top of page 9? But it's okay to change some of them, but not okay to change others.
We're following the tariff. Things are changing and it's pretty identified in the tariff what changes and what doesn't, what's updated and what's not. I don't know where you're going with this. Is that my statement's incorrect? On a general level, I mean, I admitted that we're changing customer count. We're changing the billing cycle, which is different than those that were set in the rate case.
Okay, so your statement, are you saying it is correct or it's incorrect?
Here, since I'm not specifying the specific language of the WNAR tariff, I mean, I'm on record saying that we're changing customer counts if that's what staff's trying to get at, changing billing cycles and customer counts.
I don't think I have anything further. Thank you.
Okay, Chairman Sobey, do you have some questions?
I do, just a couple. Good morning.
Good morning.
Still morning. Is staff's method for calculating the WNAR a possible interpretation under the tariff sheet?
I don't believe so under the tariff sheet,
Okay, why not?
because it goes back to obviously why we're here and the commission guidance is we took it literally as determined. We're talking about ranking, we're getting pretty technical here, but at the end of the day, we're both using the same normal heating degree days. We're just moving those days around. And so we're just using the normal that was set in the rate case as determined in the rate case.
Okay. And then what problems or disadvantages would there be from using the daily normal weather calculations from the last rate case for the WNAR adjustment instead of staff's reassignment of the daily normal calculations?
I don't believe there's much difference at all. Again, we're using the same annual heating degree days. This is a new measure, a new tariff, and we're just taking the tariff for what it says. And again, there's been that difference with staff, but when we're looking at ranking and when you're moving things around, it could pick up different rates. And that's just, with this being new, we just want some more comfort around the ranking and keeping, that's why we're keeping the normal set in the rate case.
So going back to my first question, your position that staff's methodology is not a possible interpretation is because you do not believe this to be ambiguous in the tariff.
Correct. I'm not here to argue the ranking methodology. I'm just here to state how this company interprets the tariff.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Commissioner Hall?
Good morning. Could you turn to, do you have the direct testimony of Mr. Stallman?
I do.
Could you turn to page 1? And Mr. Stallman explains staff's view of the difference of the positions between Spire and staff, and I wanted to make sure that I want to see if you agree with this characterization. It's starting on line 18.
Okay.
Going through line 21.
Okay. Again, I'd say the first part is correct. 2016 actual weather as determined in the rate case.
Well, okay, so
and-
let's split it up then.
Okay.
So Spire ranks the normal weather to 2016 actual weather. Do you agree with that is what you are doing, that that's what the company is doing?
How it was done in the rate case, yes.
Okay? And is it your understanding that staff is viewing the tariff as requiring that normal weather to be ranked to the actual weather of the accumulation period?
Yes.
Okay. What is the accumulation period in this case?
The current 2018 years, calendar, which was April to August. 2018?
It's in it's that portion of Mr. Sullivan's testimony you were just looking at tonight.
through July of 2018?
Correct.
Okay. I believe in your direct testimony, you indicated that it is unclear what the impact on the company's revenues would be if the commission were to agree with staff and order that its methodology be utilized. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you've not done a calculation as to the monetary difference?
We have. Again, it fluctuates month to month. In my survey rebuttal, we looked at our fiscal year because it started having some heating degree days and some load. And, you know, we did see a difference between the two measures. You know, to be fair, that did flip. We looked at December and it flipped the other way. So if we went with staff's way, we'd be picking up $800,000, the company, as of November and December. But, you know, here come December, it goes the other way where it's a credit, 400,000 or so credit to the company, to the customer, excuse me. And so that's, you know, we're using the same normal heating degree days on an annual perspective. And that just, you know, some of our concern is that we're seeing these swings intra-month or month to month. And with this just being a new measure, you know, we just want some clarity on which approach to take.
Which approach would be more volatile?
That's hard to say because, again, we saw an $800,000 difference between both the company and staff's.
So you don't know which one would be worse?
I don't, without some more data sets.
If you just looked at what the dispute is, could you speculate as to which would result in more volatility?
I really couldn't, and I've been asked this question before, because it all depends on staff's approach, how actual weather comes in.
Okay, explain that.
So, and staff talks about it in its rebuttal with billing cycles. So, if all of a sudden a heating degree day gets ranked, updated ranked, and moved to the front of the month, you know, weather we don't have any control over or can't predict on. So if it gets moved to the front of the month, and all of a sudden all these billing cycles start picking up this heating degree day that was moved within the month. And then that could impact December. So it all has to do with how weather settles out and where that is moved within the month. And whether it's a summer rate or winter rate, that billing cycle is picking up. So it all depends on actual weather using staff's approach.
If in the actual year there is the exact same number of heating degree days as the normalized weather from 87 to 2016, will under both staff and the company's perspective, it should net out to zero, right?
You would think. But again, it depends where those days are moved or updated within that month. It should be very close.
In your counsel's opening, he indicated that the company might be open to this, to the approach that staff is suggesting in future cases after you've had more time. I'm paraphrasing, and if I don't paraphrase correctly, please let me know, but Patrick's had some time to digest this approach and run some numbers. Is that essentially true?
Yes.
So why couldn't that have been done prior to today? What are you waiting for?
That some sort of, it'd be, when we've had many conversations with staff on this throughout the months, better understanding of the ranking methodology and outputs. Again, it's when we start seeing big dollar swings month to month using different approaches, we just maybe even like to have a year of this rider under all of our belts to kind of understand the impacts and implications.
But couldn't you've got all the data you need from prior years, couldn't you run the numbers on prior years with the two approaches and see what the differences are?
Yes.
But you've not done that.
We've done that to some extent.
Are any of those calculations the subject of any document requests in this case?
Staff has requested work papers from the company, and we've been, again, kind of ongoing, transparent with sending worksheets back and forth to each other through this process.
So, to the extent that you've done those calculations, they have been made available to staff and OPC?
I don't believe OPC, and maybe not on as discovery in this case, but we could provide that.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a couple of questions. Commissioner Coleman, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Picking up on some things that Commissioner Hall asked you. My understanding of this case is about the NDD and how to calculate it. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Am I to also understand, though, that the NDD was calculated in the last rate case? That it's an actual number? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If you turn around and look at your formula from the tariff, or look at your own tariff, if you've got the document in front of you, and it's behind you up there, the formula for the calculation of WNA, and I don't remember what that thing is that called an epsilon? Equals, I'm just going to say it's an epsilon. Product of that and parent NDDIJ. You see where I'm reading?
Yes.
Now, in that formula, isn't it true that NDDIJ is a variable? Isn't that true?
Sure.
Well, if it's a variable in that formula, doesn't the tariff contemplate that it will be calculated after the rate case is completed? Why is it a variable?
Because you have I and J in there, which have changing elements.
So they have the changing elements. You could still, for the NDD, have a number up there, couldn't you? It's not a variable anymore according to the company's theory of the case. Isn't that correct?
I wish I had that PhD in math, but sure, Judge.
No further questions from me. Is there recross from OPC?
OPC would like to take Mr. Weitzel up on his offer to provide work papers for prior years. My question is, was the company's dissatisfied with the results of those work papers, using those results going forward?
I wouldn't say dissatisfied, it's just, again, it was more understanding this writer.
What word would you use if not dissatisfied?
On past, on a hypothetical past.
Well, you said you calculated on the past, so it's not hypothetical, right? You've actually done a calculation?
Yes, to some extent. Again, it wasn't a filed writer. Staff and both the company looked at some past information. And again, it's when you're using your total normal heating degree days in a year, then you're seeing variations in month to month on the total output of the equation. That's why we looked at both measures
What is both measures?
using 2016 rate case, normal heating degree days, and an updated rating methodology.
And did the company receive more revenue using the 2016 methodology?
I honestly have run so many models with staff, I do not know. I know there's variations.
So you've run them, but you
Yes,
don't have a conclusion.
I could find that out for you shortly.
That's all I have, thank you.
Any recross from staff?
Very briefly, let me stay on that topic right there, Mr. Weitzel, on the work papers and the running different scenarios and whatever. Is it true that each time you and staff's witnesses would calculate the difference between the two methods, that you came up with a larger difference than staff's calculation? There's a difference between methods.
Originally, until staff pointed some data out to me, that was an error.
I was going to say, that was going to be my next question. So originally you were doing the, I mean, no offense, you didn't understand staff's method or how to implement staff's method, is that correct?
We understood it, but again, it's the first time doing it, so we wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
Well, you didn't do it correctly several times because there was a huge difference between the results, correct?
We did not have some updated ranking data and had old data in there. That is,
Well, you had the data, you just didn't have it in the worksheet.
we didn't have updated ranking information.
Updated ranking, okay. Commissioner Hall was asking you some questions about, I believe the question was which approach would be more volatile, and you mentioned something about the swings month to month that you thought you had seen looking at staff's method. Do you remember that?
Staff and the company's method.
Staff and
yes.
the company, okay. If you look at the chart on page 3 of your rebuttal testimony, I just want to look at the dollar differences there. As I understand that chart, the first line where it says rate case normal, that's your calculation of the what the adjustment would be under company's method. And the second line is your calculation of what the adjustment would be under staff's method for each of those months shown. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in the first month there of October that you show, you've got an adjustment of $491,000 under the company's method and an adjustment of just over $180,000 for staff's method. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then for November, you've got a negative adjustment of $5.857 million under company's method and a negative $4.679 under staff's method, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so is it correct that on both these months, using your method results in larger numbers month to month than using staff's method?
Yes.
Okay. And would that indicate to you that staff's method would result in less volatility than your method?
Not knowing the percent change from month to month. So,
Well, no, yours is always bigger though, right?
yep.
Okay. So staff's, that means staff's is always smaller, so staff's method would result in less volatility regardless of the percentage.
It results in less of a dollar figure.
Less of a dollar figure, okay. And do you think that's what the customers are concerned about, is the dollar figure?
A less impact in total dollars. You're talking about bigger numbers, and that's all clarifying. Not what the customer's working.
Thank you, Judge, that's it.
Thanks. Mr. Pendergast, can I assume you've got a lot of questions, or
I have a few, yes, Your Honor.
we're right crowding noon. I like to take care of the point of order. How long do you anticipate? Shall we take a break?
I would say maybe 15 minutes or so.
Well, I don't want to hold you to that, but if we're going to do 15 minutes, let's do it and then take our break.
Okay.
Is that okay with the court reporter? I'm going to check with her. All right, proceed, Mr. Pendergast.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Weitzel, you were asked a number of questions by Mr. Keeble about the meaning of the word "as." Do you recall those?
Yes.
Could I please refer you to page 9 of your direct testimony? Do you have that?
Yes.
Okay, and in that testimony, you cite several provisions from the state's ISRIS law. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the provisions you cited, do they generally talk about what elements from a rate case will be used to determine revenue requirements in an ISRIS proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, and just starting with subsection 2 there, what does it say that you'll do to reflect the regulatory capital structure?
The gas corporation actual regulatory capital structure as determined during the most recent general rate proceeding of the gas corporation.
Now, you've been processing ISRIS cases for a while, have you not?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever seen that implemented in a way that says we need to go ahead and use a regulatory capital structure that is determined anew based on what was methodology was used in the rate case?
No.
Okay. Is it you just look at what the actual capital structure was approved by the commission and use it?
Correct.
Okay. The second one talks about cost of debt, preferred stock, so forth and so on. Would your answer generally be the same, that you just use the output that was established by the commission in the rate case?
Yes.
Okay, and same thing with common equity as determined during the recent general rate case. You just used whatever common equity was determined by the commission. Is that correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, has there ever been any issue associated with what this language means when it comes to calculating ISRIS revenue requirements?
No.
You were asked a number of questions, I believe, again by Mr. Keeble about billing cycles and customers. And do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay. If you look at the tariff, does it have anything in there under billing cycle that would suggest as determined in the rate case?
No.
Okay, and if you look at the other element that Mr. Customers that Mr. Keeble questioned you about, is there anything that says the customer shall be as determined in the rate case?
No.
Does that make that different than the total normal heating degree days that is in NDD?
I believe so, since they're not specified as determined.
Okay, and that one is.
Yes.
You were asked a number of questions about the transcript of Mr. Stallman's introduction of his specimen tariff sheet during the evidentiary hearing. Do you recall that?
I do.
And were you in the room when this happened?
I don't recall.
Okay. And is it your testimony that what he was talking about was a hypothetical tariff sheet that had not been approved by the commission?
That's the point I was trying to make.
And assuming after 2 weeks of hearings that you were focusing like a laser on this one paragraph, would you have gone ahead and read this to refer to if a hypothetical was approved by the commission, you would do it this way? Or did you, now that you look at it, say, oh, this must mean we've got to use the ranking method in the future?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well,
Yeah,
asking him his
I'm gonna
opinion.
sustain that one.
Well, let me ask you this. Is this language that was briefly given on the last day of the evidentiary hearing, if you read it or as you're reading it now, does it suggest to you that the ranking method was supposed to be used in calculating WNAR adjustments?
The conversation in the transcript was on an exhibit and not the approved tariff that we're currently talking about today.
When did you learn or become aware that staff thought its ranking method needed to be reapplied each time there was a WNAR adjustment?
A week or two before the filing, we submitted our work papers to staff, just because since this was the first filing of this kind, to kick those conversations off. Don't have exact time, but a week or two out, they informed us that we were not following the tariff, and had a call about it. But we understood that ranking was used in the rate case, and we were using those numbers, and then that's when they were discussing and talked to us about a reapplication or ongoing ranking.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you don't take issue with the fact that the ranking method was used by staff in computing its normal in the rate case, and that the outputs of that exercise is something that we need to incorporate in our WNAR adjustments. Do you take any issue with that?
No, not as determined in the rate case.
You were asked some questions about your educational background. Do you recall those?
Yes.
You did take a few English courses and that sort of thing.
I graduated.
And I guess my question would be, when it comes to your familiarity with tariff construction and tariff words, have you had much experience in that?
Yes, this recent rate case, we have basically all new tariffs and had to work with staff on 300 to 400 pages of tariffs and language after the final report or amended report order.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any further questions from the commissioners? Why don't we take a lunch break? Can we release this witness?
Yes.
And that's a question for all council.
Yes.
Okay. Let's, shall we say we'll be back here at 1:15, since Rick seems to be closed. And for the John back there, we're going to go to the adjourned page and stop streaming the sound. Thanks. Let's go back on the record at this point. Per all the filings, Mr. Pendergast, I believe you rested your case. Have you rested your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Then we're going to proceed to staff's case, and under the orders and filings that have been made before, I understand that Dr. Juan, is that how you say his name?
Yes,
Is
sir.
going to be your first witness.
Yes.
So, Mr. Juan, why don't you come up, be sworn, and we'll get going. And do you want to go ahead and state your name, your full name, before I swear you in?
My name is Seung-Jun Won, SEOUNGJOUNWON.
All right, if you raise your right hand, we'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing will be the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and you can proceed now.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Dr. Juan.
Good afternoon.
Are you the same Seung-Jun Won that has caused to be prepared and filed in this case direct testimony which has been marked as exhibit number 200?
Yes.
And have you also prepared and caused to be filed in this case rebuttal testimony which has been marked as exhibit 201?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections you might need to make to either of those pieces of testimony?
No.
If I asked you the questions contained in those pieces of testimony today, would your answers be the same as contained in there?
Yes.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and information?
Yes.
Judge, I would offer exhibit 200 and 201 and tender the witness for cross.
Okay. 200 is his direct testimony, as you've stated, and 201 is his rebuttal testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
Any objections to 200 and 201, staff's exhibits? Hearing none, they will be admitted. And so we will proceed to cross-examination by OPC.
Good afternoon, Dr. Wong.
Good afternoon.
How long have you worked for the commission staff?
8 years and 8 months.
How many cases have you participated in?
More than 50 cases.
I'm sorry. 50 or 15?
More than 55 or
Thank you. Has the emphasis in all of those been on weather and weather normalization? No emphasis.
yes.
We have noticed that you have a PhD in economics and one in mathematics.
Yes.
You published a paper along with Dr. Wong of the University of Missouri and Dr. Henry Warren from the commission on the calculation of normal weather variables, correct?
Yes.
Is it attached to your testimony?
Yes.
And I did not mean any insult in indicating that I found it readable, because weather normalization is a complex issue, so, but thank you for making it readable. So, is it your position that the weather normal calculation that you do should match the same time period of the WNAR?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you an exhibit that I, did you like this?
I think you did.
I'm going to hand you this exhibit that comes from your rebuttal testimony. Can you turn to that in your rebuttal?
You mean rebuttal?
Rebuttal, I'm sorry, rebuttal. And this top portion, I'm referring to the normal test year dash actual test year is on your page 4, is that correct?
Yes.
And our figures 2 and 3 are derived from your figure 2. Can you verify that?
Yes.
And can you also verify that our figure 2 represents normal weather for the WNA period versus actual weather?
Actual weather, yes, WNAR period, accumulation period.
For the accumulation period. Okay. And the bottom, or figure 3, is also taken from your figure 2.
Yes.
And it represents the normal test year versus actual weather for the WNA period. Have I stated that to your satisfaction? If no, please go ahead.
Normal based on rate case test year period and
Got that?
yes.
Counsel, may I interrupt just for a minute so we've got a clear record? We are looking at his rebuttal testimony.
We are looking at his
No.
rebuttal at page 4 and 5, from which this was taken. So he's looking at our Exhibit 3 and comparing it to his testimony at page 4 and 5.
Well, Exhibit 3 is not an exhibit that's going to be in our record here, so what exhibit
I'm going to offer it.
has Exhibit 3?
Yes.
Okay.
302.
302, sorry.
There, now I'm in the
302, sorry.
same world with you. So we're looking at what is going to be your Exhibit 302.
Correct.
All right. So you can proceed, I'm sorry.
I thought we marked 300 and 301 for you already.
Yes, this will be 302.
Okay.
Well, 302 was identified as rate case weather adjustment on your exhibit list. Are we
That is-
together?
We are together.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Wan, would you say what you have to say about this graph?
So this graph compare 2016 normal and 2018 actual weather.
Would you say Exhibit 2, the analysis generally tracks?
Again, you're referring to Exhibit 2. You mean 302?
I apologize.
I-
Exhibit 302.
I don't mean to be tedious, but
Well, I'm talking about the second graph on 302. No, thank you, Judge, I want to be clear. Do the numbers in the third graph here track the same way?
Two graphs show different way.
Different,
So first one is showing the same shape. And then second one shows almost, I cannot find any proper relationship in here.
use a proper relationship.
Yes,
So could we use the term correlation?
so
Or do you,
it's very less correlated.
okay, that's all I have, thank you. On this,
Did you offer that?
I don't think you have yet.
I will offer 302.
Any objections to 302, which is the rate case weather adjustment? And I think is it this, counsel?
Yes, sir.
You circulated it earlier, I
I
think,
did.
or in your opening statement. Any objections to 302? 302 is admitted. All right. Does Spire have some cross-examination for Dr. Wong?
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Wan. How
Good
are you?
afternoon.
Good. I just have a couple of questions. First of all, you testified extensively on the ranking method during the rate case, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
I think you addressed it in your cost of service report. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was filed earlier in the case.
Yes.
And then I think you also addressed it at times in your rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony.
Yes.
Okay, and at what point did you address it in the context of a weather normalization adjustment clause?
So I just describe what is steps weather normal is calculated.
I'm sorry, one more time.
So I described in my testimony how steps weather normal is calculated.
Calculated.
Right, and was that in the context of establishing the normal weather in the rate case?
For the rate case, yes.
Okay, and you did not talk about the ranking method in terms of its interplay with an adjustment mechanism, did you?
For the rate case, no.
Yes, no, and I know you submitted some testimony in this case, but during the rate case, you did not address the interplay or impact of the ranking method with an adjustment mechanism like the WNAR.
No, that is before the WNAR tariff is established.
Okay, fair enough, thank you. And when staff first came forward with a specimen tariff sheet proposing a WNAR, were you ever asked to testify about the normalization components of that in the rate case?
No, I didn't directly.
Okay. Would you say that you were staff's main witness on weather normalization in the rate case?
No, I'm not a weather normalization witness in the rate case. I was weather witness for the rate case.
Okay, would you say that you were staff's main witness on the ranking matter, issue, whatever?
Yes.
Okay, okay. And can you tell me, based on your understanding of how the WNAR works, in the end, you know, it has 12-month periods that it tracks differences in, or the impact of weather on usage. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, certain extent. Yes.
And in the end, after that 12-month period, are you really trying to measure the difference between actual degree days during that 12-month period and compare them to the normal weather that was established in the rate case?
Yes, according to the formula.
Yes. So, in the end, you're comparing these two numbers, actual degree days to what was established in the rate case. And the adjustment mechanism should be recognizing the difference. Is that correct?
Would you rephrase your question?
So in the end, say over a 12-month period, what you're doing is you're comparing the degree days that were established in the rate case to the actual degree days that were experienced during that year. Is that correct?
Would you clarify your during the period? I'm not clearly compare your comparison. So you mean the test year or accumulation period?
Yeah, the total heating degree days that were established in the rate case to the actual degree days that happened during whatever period you're looking
For the rate case purpose, yes.
Okay. I guess my point is, maybe I don't have one, but if you're doing that comparison and it all comes back to how do my actual degree days over an annual period compare to the degree days that were established in the rate case, is the ranking method really just about how do I allocate those various things between months as opposed to a difference in the amount of the adjustment that will be made?
In a way, the number of heating degree day, that is right. That is right comparison.
Okay. And in terms of correlation and volatility and that type of thing, things may go up faster, may come down faster, but how does that show up in the bills of customers?
Would you rephrase your question?
Yeah, is this volatility that people talk about between the two methods something that ever really directly impacts customers?
The volatility of heating degree day?
Well,
What
which method is
volatility?
more volatile? Were you here when they discussed which method was more volatile and counsel for staff said,
So,
well,
according to formula, this formula steps interpretation is minimize volatility.
okay, I'm just asking, I think we've already discussed that in the end, you're comparing actual degree days to what degree days were approved in the rate case. And that's what's being reconciled, and that's what's being given, priced out at whatever the current rate is. And I'm asking you, if that's where it all ends up, isn't all this stuff that's happening in between and, allocating between the months and that sort of thing, not all that significant?
I think it's very subjective.
Okay. Okay, that's good enough. Thank you, Dr. Juan, I appreciate it.
Commissioner Hall, do you have any questions?
What I'm gonna ask if it is possible to walk through a calculation for a particular month. But I want to, is that going to take 3 weeks? Or I mean, is that, I'm looking at council first, but, because I don't want to do this if this is going to take an astronomical amount of time. But I would just like to do calculation from beginning to end for 1 month and go from there.
I think to do an entire month would take quite a while, but I think Dr. Wong could give you the steps in the process.
But with actual numbers?
With, yeah, no, I'm gonna have to defer to the witness to how long that would take. I would think that would take quite a while. With
So using actual number is actually quite complicated, but I can give you some brief step-by-step procedure.
Well, let's give that a whirl and see if that scratches this itch. Okay. So, starting with,
Is that tariff sheet
Oh,
up
yeah.
there?
That's the tariff sheet.
Do you want to do the ranking for the difference between the methods for a month or a WNAR adjustment calculation for a month?
WNAR.
The WNAR, okay, that's different, okay. So that may be able to I don't know, that,
I don't want to disrupt this proceeding well,
If you look at-
I'm willing to do it a little bit, I'm not willing to do it a lot.
Commissioner, if you look at Mr. Stallman's Schedule MLS-D2 attached to his direct testimony, there's a hypothetical that Mr. Stallman does there, but I'm not sure, now that I've lost my witness.
Sorry.
Is this a WNAR calculation or a HDD calculation?
Right, it goes, so it starts on 2, and then this will show you.
The column on the right? Yeah.
Is
I gave you the wrong
Stallman
page.
the better witness for this?
Yeah, Stallman would probably be the witness because, on the WNAR calculation, because that's attached to his testimony. Now, on ranking, Dr. Wan would be the witness.
Okay, well, let's do that then. Give me, I guess it's the step-by-step, is what you called it, okay. So where do we start?
So, just make sure you want me to explain this formula
Well,
I think,
or ranking procedure.
the ranking procedure.
Okay. First, we decide 30-year normal period. This case, we decide to use 1987 through 2016. So there is 30 years. 30 years, yes. So, for example, it's a little bit easy to compare NOAA method and STEP's ranked and average method.
In the average method?
Yes. NOAA, if decide to January 1st normal, pick 30 numbers of January 1st in 30-year time period, and then make average. But STEM not calculate January 1st normal, but STEM calculate January coldest heating degree day normal. So there is a 30 years, and then I can pick highest heating degree day in January of each year, and then make average. So that is coldest heating degree day of normal in January.
And an example for that might be what?
You mean the numbers?
A number that might be a good example of that.
Number of heating degree days?
Yeah.
So it can be 20.
20 degrees.
20 heating degree days.
Yes. Okay.
And then we have, for the January, 31 set of numbers. And then the second step, we decide test year January heating degree day of each day. So we assign that number based on actual January weather ranking.
Okay.
So there is a two-step. First, decide set of numbers, and then second, we assign based on actual temperature.
So, in that formula up there for the NDDIJ, what is that number?
In here, I represent applicable billing cycle months.
I'm sorry.
Applicable billing cycle months. Applicable. For example, this WNAR accumulation period starting from April. So I should be April 2018 billing months.
Billing months.
And then J, there is a 18 billing cycle. But the issue is each year billing cycle, there is a starting date and ending date. So NDDIJ is the April billing cycle. For example, for billing cycle 1, April, there is a starting date, usually happen in March, someday to April someday. So that has, for example, 30 days. And then we make the sum of each day heating degree day of normal. And then that gives you normal heating degree day.
Is there an actual number?
Yes, actual number.
And what is that actual number based on staff's calculation for the accumulation period? Do you have that somewhere?
I do not have in my hand.
Okay, or is that a better question for Mr. Stallman?
It's on the work paper of Michael Sturman's. Yes.
I'm sorry?
It's Michael Sturman's work paper included the numbers.
Okay. So is the NDDIJ are those the billing determinants that were used to set rates in the rate case?
This is not billing determinants. NDD is not billing determinants.
Okay. Is that the weather normalization that was used to set rates in the last rate case?
As the numbers, yes.
Okay.
But the assigned each day is different from rate case test year and accumulation period.
Commissioner, I think it might help if you recall his explanation of the steps. First step is figure your 30-year daily normal average. And when he says the numbers, I believe that's what he's referring to as the numbers. But then the second step is the assignment of the heating degree days to or comparison of the normals to the actuals. That's the second step, which is not from the rate case. Right?
I don't think I have anything further. Thank you.
Dr. Wall,
Yes.
do you know the source of the formula that, and I'm pointing over your head, you've probably got the tariff in front of you there, but you were directing our attention to it earlier. Do you know what the source of that formula is? Who came up with that? Did you come up with that?
I cooperated drive this formula with Microstone.
I want to direct your attention to Exhibit 302. Do you have Exhibit 302 in front of you? You did, I know. If you look down, do you have it now in front of you, sir?
Yes.
And I'll try to speak slowly. If you look down at the third rank, I shouldn't use rank, the third chart here.
Yes.
All right. And I see red there, and I see a legend that says 2016 normal. You see what I'm reading?
Yes.
And are you the one who generated this exhibit? Did you come up with this yourself? Is this yours, or did somebody else come up with this?
So for this chart generated by OPC,
Okay.
for the main source of data, I cooperated with Microstone.
Well, that's my question. Do you know where the data came from, where the information came from?
My understanding is this data we using the company's billing cycle information, and then weather is reported by weather source. We usually using the NOAA weather data.
Right. Do you know how long the data has been in possession of anyone, including the company, that formed the basis of this red line, this 2016 normal? How long has this data been known?
How long?
Well, I'll take that question back and try this one.
Okay.
Was that the data that was used in 2016 in the rate-making case?
Yes.
Is it your understanding of the company's, Spire's position in this case, that that is the data that should be used in your formula up there for the NDD?
That is company's position.
Okay. So that data has been known ever since the rate-making case.
Yes.
Dr. Wan, why is there a variable for that in the formula, the NDD? Strike that. Does NDD in that formula indicate a variable? Is that a variable in the formula?
Yes, that is a variable.
Why is it a variable if the data has been known for the last 3 years?
Because we're not using 2016.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Judge, might I add just
Sure, go ahead. It's probably out of order according to my outline,
I'm sorry.
but go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm wanting to mention to you that this is taken from pages 4 and 5 of Dr. Wan's rebuttal testimony.
Okay.
And on page 5, we have taken the data and divided it into 2 different graphs and put color on it.
In other words, Judge, on page 5 of his rebuttal, Dr. Wan has one table which shows everything that public counsel's two graphs show as 2 graphs. They've just separated his one graph into 2 graphs.
Okay, I'm gonna, just so we've got a clear record on this, we're talking about, what was the exhibit number on that?
302.
Now, on Wan's testimony, you mean?
Well, yes, you're saying it's an exhibit to his testimony?
It's
Counsel?
his testimony, exhibit number 201, page 5.
Okay. Commissioner Hall, do you have any further questions on
No,
that? have some have you finished your cross, Mr. Pendergast? I think you did your cross.
I did.
Do you have some redirect staff?
Just a little bit, but is there going to be a recross from Mr. Pendergast?
Well, I haven't scheduled it, but
Oh,
if he's,
okay.
but I think it would be, given that we're trying to figure out how this formula works, I'm gonna entertain as many questions as there are out there. So, Mr. Pendergast, do you have any further questions, Mr. Pendergast? Before we go to redirect here,
No.
you have some redirect?
Yes, just briefly. Dr. Wan, I believe in response to one of the questions from the bench, you indicated that you were involved, along with Michael Stallman, in the development of this WNAR formula. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I believe in response to one of the judge's last questions regarding NDDIJ, you indicated that that is not intended to represent 2016 normals. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what it is intended to represent?
So it should be match the other variable. So beta is fixed, and this number is presented in the tariff. And these three numbers are not fixed. And then it should be matched.
So in other words, if your ADD or actual degree days are being used from 2018 and your customer numbers are from 2018, your normal should also be from 2018.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I believe it was a cross-question from Mr. Pendergast, could have been Commissioner Hall, referred to degree days being established in the rate case. Were degree days under staff's method? Are degree days actually established in the rate case? And what I'm referring to there is, are staff's degree days calendar day specific?
No.
Okay. In your discussion with Commissioner Hall, I believe you indicated that NOAA does a calendar day specific normal, like for they'll have a normal for January 1st and January 15th. Is that correct?
Yes.
But under staff's method, staff has a coldest day of January and a second coldest day of January, and so on down to the warmest day of January. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So staff did not, in the rate case, fix specific calendar day normals.
No.
And is Spire, in Spire's application of this tariff, are they treating the normals from the rate case as calendar day specific?
They did.
Yeah. Okay. You were also asked some questions about the correlation and volatility of the degree days and the two different volatility of the two different methods. Which method, the staff's proposed method or the method that Spire is proposing to use, in your expert opinion, would result or will result in less volatility?
So STEP's methodology, mathematically, there is a minimum of volatility.
And can you explain why?
Because we rank based on actual heating degree day, normal heating degree day rank is the same. So difference is minimized. There is no smaller variance.
You were also, in response to questions earlier, you described, or I guess Commissioner Hall, you described staff's process for ranking. And to someone like myself and possibly the commissioners, it sounded a little complicated. But my question for you is, during the exchanges back and forth between company and staff, dating back to the rate case, has staff provided its work papers to the company as to how to calculate, how staff calculates the daily normals?
Yes, we provide work paper. If company want to get new time period of normal, they just plug in the work paper, associate actual weather applied in the work paper that produce automatically normal weather.
Okay. So the company can simply take the work paper that was provided to them by staff, update it to include the current period actual weather, and the work paper spits out the correct answer. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it's really not that tough.
No.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Pendergast, do you have any redirect?
Yes.
Redirect, wait a second.
Sorry.
It should be done.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I've got a couple of questions, though. We called out for the first time here beta over there in your testimony. Is that a coefficient?
That is a regression model coefficient, yes.
What's the
I'm
source of
sorry,
that?
that is a
Regression model,
Regression model.
model.
Is that specific to this case? Is that calculated specific to this case?
yes.
If we adopt the company Spire's theory of this case, is that coefficient any longer relevant to the calculations?
No.
No further questions. Does anybody have any further?
Yeah, just follow up on that, Jeff. Dr. Wan, do you have a copy of the tariff in front of you there?
Yes, I have.
And I believe if you look at the definitions, the beta is defined for Spire. Which one do you have in front of you, Spire East or Spire West? Which tariff? Do you have them both, perhaps? Yeah, top right corner.
Spire Missouri West.
West, okay. Beta, right toward the middle of the page there, is defined to be the coefficient of 0.1291586 for Spire West. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look, do you have a Spire East tariff sheet with you by any chance? That's been introduced already as 205.
I do not have.
So if you look at the definition of beta for Spire East, right in the middle of the page of Exhibit 205, that's defined as the coefficient of 0.1493772 for Spire East, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, Spire West and Spire East have different beta coefficients. You have to say that loud. You just nodded your head.
It's different.
It's different. And those coefficients, or those betas, were developed in the rate case.
Yes.
And they were developed in the rate case specifically for purposes of developing the WNAR tariffs. Is that correct or incorrect? And if it's incorrect, that's fine.
The purpose of developing the beta is weather normalization procedure in the rate case.
Okay.
But it should be used WNAR.
In the WNAR.
Yes.
So that those beta coefficients were developed for purposes of weather normalization in the rate case.
Yes.
And they carry over to be used in the WNAR tariff.
Yes.
And that's why, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that's why it's important to maintain the relationship between the heating degree days and the usage that was developed in the rate case.
Yes.
Okay. But would using Spire's method, I believe you told the judge it would eliminate the usefulness of beta, is that correct?
Relationship is breaked, so we cannot use.
So using Spire's method would break the relationship between usage and heating degree days, so the calculation of the beta would just be out the window.
No, we cannot use.
Can't use it. Okay, thank you. That's all, Jim.
Yeah, sorry about the confusion on the redirect. That kind of implies I don't know whose witness this is. We can let this witness go now. Mr.
John,
Pendergast.
I had a couple of follow-ups based on your question.
All right.
Is it your testimony, Dr. Juan, that under NDD, the total normal heating degree days, they change with every WNER adjustment?
Time period is changed. Normal heating degree days change.
And so,
By definition of step normal.
and so the total normal heating degree days that were established in the rate case are.
Total heating degree days not changed.
They aren't changing.
Total heating degree days not changed.
Okay, the total heating degree days are not changing, and so whatever you do with NDD, that doesn't change the total normal heating degree days. Is that correct?
Because IJ is specific, so part of normal heating degree days keep changing based on the period of time. But a year, total heating degree days not changed.
Okay, I guess that gets me back to my original point. On an annual basis, it doesn't change from what was in the rate case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so all we're talking about here is just what we do within the annual period to allocate stuff between days of the month. Is that right?
I'm going to object to that. It's beyond the scope of your questions. It's frankly argumentative.
You know, I'll withdraw it. I think I got the clarification I needed.
Because based on this formula, customer numbers keep change. So your interpretation is not right. The total amount of WNA is keep changing because of these customer changes are not changing.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
I think you can step down. Thank you very much, Dr. Plum.
Thank you.
Staff may call its next witness. I think that's Mr. Stallman.
Yes.
I'll state your full name and then we'll swear you.
Michael L. Stallman, spelled Stallman.
And Mr. Stallman, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing will be the truth?
I do.
You can be seated, and counsel, you can proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Stallman, are you the same, excuse me, Michael Stallman, who is caused to be prepared in this case, direct testimony, which has been marked as exhibit number 202, and rebuttal testimony, which has been marked as exhibit 203?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections you need to make to either of those pieces of testimony?
No.
If I were to ask you the questions contained in those exhibits, would your answers be the same today as contained therein?
Yes.
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your information and belief?
Yes.
So Judge, with that, I would offer exhibit number 202 and exhibit number 203 and 10 minute witness for cross-examination.
Okay, now 202 is his direct. 203 is his rebuttal. I assume there are no objections. Those are admitted. And OPC, you can start.
Before I do, have we admitted Dr. Wong's testimony, 200 and 201?
I've got it checked. If we haven't, let the record there's no objection to it, I'm sure. Is there? Okay, that's Dr. Wong's. Number 200 is his direct, 201 is his rebuttal, and those two exhibits are admitted.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stallman.
Good afternoon.
Are you familiar with Mr. Weitzel's testimony?
Yes.
If you need to see it after I ask my question, please let me know.
Okay.
On page 7 of his rebuttal, Mr. Weitzel states that you attached to your rebuttal testimony in the last rate case a weatherization tariff sheet from Virginia. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
The tariff sheet from Virginia included a provision that required slopes used to calculate adjustments be revised every 2 years. Can you tell us what using slopes means?
Slope is, a simple math formula is y equals mx plus b. So you have the y-axis is vertical, the x-axis is horizontal. The slope will be the change in y or a change in x.
Is that equivalent to beta in this calculation?
No, in the Virginia tariff, it was changing. In this tariff, it stays the same.
And in your rebuttal, did you say that you do not agree with the Virginia adjustment? That you do not agree it was necessary?
I don't recall. Can you direct me?
In your rebuttal?
It's a rebuttal in the case. I don't recall in the case.
I'm talking about this. I'm just talking about rebuttal in this case. I'm sorry.
Rebuttal.
Rebuttal in this case. I'm sorry, this is in Mr. Weitzel's rebuttal. He states that Mr. Stallman came back in his rebuttal testimony in the rate case to clarify that he did not even agree that such an update should be made every 3 years, let alone with each adjustment filing. Would you like to have this in front of you?
I have this paragraph here on page 7, lines 16 through 19 of his rebuttal.
Mr. Weitzel's rebuttal, correct? Is that an accurate statement?
And I'm trying to recall, this was made in the context of the rate case. And what I said in that case is that the values figured out and consistent with the way we do the weather normalization adjustment in that rate case for staff. We wanted to keep that methodology or method the same, so we would not change the beta in between rate cases.
So did you say inconsistent or consistent? I wanted our adjustment rider to remain consistent with the method we used in the rate case. But the numbers used in the rate case do not remain consistent for HDD, is that correct? Or NDD? NDD is a variable?
NDD is a variable. Part of the confusion, and for the rate case, we do establish a total number of NDD that is the same from year to year, and even from a calendar month to a calendar month. The question is, when does the number get assigned on a date within the calendar month? So this would be if the billing cycles began and ended on the first and last days of the calendar month, there would be no difference between what Spire's method is and what our method does. The problem comes in that billing cycles go in between 2 different calendar months, and that results in if there's a really cold day in the first of the month, and the actual year compared to if that coldest day was in later in the month, it would have been in 2 different, or in a different month, or later not for the normal 2016 period. It would shift on it would make a difference on which billing cycle that would have been billed on.
If I could try to clarify, billing cycles do not necessarily follow calendar months. A billing cycle can be 15th of one month to the 15th of the next month.
Correct. They have 18 billing cycles for a given, essentially calendar month.
So how does that complicate determining, is it NDD?
Yes. If I can turn to, I have was scheduled in my direct testimony. I think it was MLST2. In here I have list.
Is that the one that's in like .00035?
It was the only way to get the entire information on one page.
Okay.
I have simplified examples in the testimony that only involved 2 days.
Thank you.
But on the right-hand side, there's a yellow box, which that was the billing cycles for November to December 2016. And so you can see that their first cycle started on the 1st of November and ended on the 1st of December. And the final billing cycle of that period started on the 29th of November and the 29th of December. And within a calendar month, the company's billing or NDDs will on total be the same as ours, but they'll be fixed to the 2016 actual period. Ours will work to minimize the difference between NDD and ADD in a billing cycle period or in a calendar month. This will mitigate the impact of this mechanism on customer bills, and it results in less volatility, because if you do not rearrange, you'll get a spike if there's a large difference earlier in the month on one versus if it's later in the month. And so you get a spike high one month potentially and a reverse spike low in the next month.
So what's the benefit of limiting volatility?
Well, one, this would keep the relationship that we determined for this case consistent with the way we determined the case. So the beta value is only, as Dr. Wan said, valid only for staff's normal method. The other impact is that the higher volatility will result if you follow Spire's method. And that means depending on how billing cycles land, depending on how customer counts change, that can result in a large impact or a small impact for a given period.
Mr. Stallman, what is your role in the rate case in terms of weather?
In the last rate case, I was not assigned weather or weather normalization. I was asked to look at the Spire's proposed revenue stabilization mechanism.
So what's your role in this case then?
In this case, I'm defending the tariff that was modeled off of the weather normalization adjustment method that we used in the rate case. In fact, the equation, the WNA sub I, was derived specifically from our work papers in that case. Dr. Wan and I together just mimicked the way that adjustment would work in the rate case.
He said sub I, did you? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stallman. That's all I have.
Does Spire have any cross-examination?
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Mr. Stallman, I think you just confirmed in your discussion with Ms. Shumwell that the total annual heating degree days remains the same under both your method and the company's method. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is there anything about staff's ranking method that changes those total HDDs?
For an
annual period?
Annual period, no.
Okay, so it really has no impact, and to the extent that we're talking about total heating degree days, that's a fixed amount from the rate case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talk about, from the standpoint of coefficients, if you're comparing the same total heating degree days to the same actual heating degree days, will your coefficient still work?
In this case, I don't think it will be.
On an annual basis?
The coefficient wasn't developed on an annual basis, so I don't know I can answer that question. Well, the question doesn't make sense because the beta is developed using a series of billing cycle dates, and so it's very specific to the billing cycle dates where there isn't billing cycle dates on annual method.
Well, let me ask you this. In the end, will the adjustment that you're making on an annual basis at least reflect the difference between actual degree days and total heating degree days in the rate case?
It depends on the method used for that final adjustment. I think it really depends on the method used to derive those values.
So in the end,
There will be a non-zero difference between Spire's method and staff's method.
okay, and do you have any estimate of what that difference would be?
And we used, between Mr. Weitzel and staff, we've gone through various scenarios. I'm thinking that it's on it might have been the 2016 period. For an annual year, it ended up being around $180,000, somewhere in there.
Okay, $180,000 on an annual basis.
And Robin Cleatherms might remember the values more specifically than I do.
Okay, so looking at the company's cost of service and revenues, would you agree it's a pretty minimal amount?
I don't know.
Okay. You're just not sure?
I would refer that to Robin Cleatherms.
Okay. Now, you talk on page 3 of your rebuttal testimony about the circumstances that led to you proposing this specimen tariff. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Here we go. There we go. Is that better? You talked in your testimony, page 3 of your rebuttal testimony, about the circumstances that led to you filing this specimen tariff sheet or proposing. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I think you put it in the context of the company also had an RSM proposal at the time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the staff disagreed with that RSM proposal on a number of grounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, whether it was authorized by statute and allow for more than just adjustments for conservation and.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you, in your rebuttal testimony, talk about how if you were going to accept some sort of RSM, it should be limited to weather and to the residential class?
In rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
And in saying that, and why that was a reasonable approach, did you also advise the commission that weather accounts for about 97% of the variation in usage for the residential class?
That I don't have the testimony in front of me. I think that's about the right number.
About the right, it's
95.
pretty high, right? 95, 97, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you came in and during redirect examination by your counsel, you rolled out your specimen tariff. Is that right?
Yes.
And this was, once again, on the last day of the regular evidentiary hearings?
Not quite accurate. There was a follow-up hearing for true-up in which Spire was also given a chance to respond to these errors.
But that's why I said the last day of the regular. We did have
Okay,
a true-up
regular,
proceeding, we had a
yes.
tax proceeding, and it seemed to go on forever, right?
Yes.
Okay, and, you know, you were asked to briefly explain what this tariff did, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had some
wasn't Mr. Keeble, it was Mr. Kevin Thompson.
Well, no, he had a discussion today, but Mr. Kevin Thompson was crossing you back then.
Or redirecting, yes.
Yes, on redirect. And you spent about 3 or 4 pages of transcript describing how the tariff would operate, is that correct?
I don't recall a specific page count, but I did discuss it, yes.
Okay, well, that'll be in the exhibit. Now, you talked about in your rebuttal testimony in this case how it was modeled after 2 tariffs that you had appended to your rebuttal testimony, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and those 2 tariffs, do they mention the ranking method?
I do not recall.
You don't recall, okay. They'll speak for themselves. Did they apply only to the residential class?
I don't recall.
Okay.
If
So,
I could, if the tariffs are available, I could look at them.
let me take just a moment here. I could approach the witness.
Certainly.
Yeah. Could you identify the document I'm handing you?
This page, it is the rebuttal testimony of Michael L. Stallman from case number GR 201702, correction, GR 2017 at 0215 and 0216.
Okay, and here's the additional pages that go to that. Do you recognize these 2 tariffs that were appended to your testimony?
Give me a minute. Okay. These appear to be the tariffs that I attached.
Yeah. And if we just focus on the one for Kentucky, Bradley's Energy, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and who does it say it applies to?
Applicable to rate G1 sales service excluding industrial class only.
And then does it go on to say commercial, residential, and public
No.
authorities?
In the 3rd paragraph, the WNA shall apply to all residential, commercial, and public authority bills based on meters read during the months of November through April.
So, is it fair to say that when you did your specimen tariff sheet, you did not adopt the, at least applicability language in those tariffs?
Correct. I discussed in rebuttal testimony that I would want to limit it to the residential tariff, or residential tariff classes. So I fit I followed some of the formulas, patterns, but I fit some of my recommendations from rebuttal into the specimen tariff.
Okay, and they use different normals. One uses a 20-year normal, the other uses a 30-year normal. Is that correct?
I think that is correct.
Okay, and is there any mention of a ranking method in there?
I do not recall. No, I can sit here and read for a few minutes, but
You don't recall it?
yes.
Now, that specimen tariff sheet, you also added a fixed rate cap, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and that was a 1 cent fixed rate cap?
I think that is correct, yes.
Okay. Now, you had told the commission that, in your testimony, we just went over, that your approach of just making it for weather was appropriate for one reason, because weather explained 95 to 97% variation in customer usage, is that correct?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
Okay. If there was a 1 cent fixed rate cap, and that had been approved by the commission, how much customer usage variation would your tariff have addressed in a rather cold or weather warm winter?
I don't know.
Okay, so when you proposed that 1 cent cap, you had no idea what impact it would have on covering customer usage variation, is that correct? Is that what
Correct.
you're saying?
At the time, we had not went through the total customer impacts. We didn't have we hadn't gone through like what the rates would be and other factors that would need to be calculated in, so we did not know what the impacts would be.
Okay, you didn't think it was necessary to go through that analysis before proposing a hard fixed cap of 1 cent?
As you mentioned, this was provided on, in the last day of the last case, basically, so there was not sufficient time for me to do the entire analysis.
And do you suspect, Mr. Stallman, just knowing what you do know in a ballpark way, that a 1 cent hard cap would not have come anywhere close to providing 95 to 97% accounting for customer variation in a warm winter or a very cold winter?
I'm not sure I've done compared to a specific cold or warm period yet either.
Okay, I think you mentioned in your testimony the company was given an opportunity to respond, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and in giving that opportunity to respond, Mr. Buck said he had some concerns about 3 of the elements of the tariff, is that correct?
I think that is correct.
And was one of them the hard 1 cent cap that he said would actually make the company worse off than it already was rate design wise?
I don't recall that reason. I know he was opposed to the 1 cent cap.
Okay, so if I could approach the witness, please.
Surely.
Could you identify the document? Oh, I'm sorry. Could you please identify the document I'm handing you?
This states, the title of the document is affidavit. And states via exhibit number 63 Spire and file number GR 2017, case numbers 215 and 216.
Okay, and don't want you to have to read the whole thing, but he responds to the specimen tariff you had proposed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and if we could just look at paragraph 4 and if you could just paraphrase what he's saying there.
I'd rather just read what he says.
Okay, that's fine.
He said, second, the arbitrary 1 cent per therm or CCF limit on adjustments that can be made under the WNAR tariff should be eliminated, as its practical effect would be to substantially increase rather than mitigate the exposure of both the company and its customers to the financial impact of weather-related changes in customer usage compared to today. This would effectively eviscerate the entire purpose of such a tariff. Elimination of this adjustment limit would also be consistent with the operation of the company's PGA clause, the statute that authorizes this kind of mechanism, and the vast majority of similar clauses approved in other jurisdictions. If the Commission determines that some limit is appropriate, I would recommend that it, 1, be limited only on upward adjustments, and 2, that it be set at 5 cents per therm or CCF. This would ensure that any monthly increase of the average customer would not exceed $3.35, while providing customers with an opportunity to receive a larger monthly decrease if the weather is exceptionally cold. The WNAR tariff should also provide that any adjustment amounts falling outside the 5 cent limit would be deferred for recovery from customers in the next WNAR adjustment.
Okay, so is it fair to say that, at least according to Mr. Buck, the 1 cent hard cap you were proposing would have given the company less protection from the impact of weather than it already had under its existing redesign?
That is what Mr. Buck states.
Okay, and I think in your testimony you talked about the company didn't discuss this matter with the staff and how the tariff would work until after it was filed. Do you remember saying that in your testimony?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, did you say in your testimony that once the specimen tariff sheet was put on the record on the last day of the regular evidentiary hearing, the company did not contact the staff to discuss the tariff and how it would operate?
I do not recall any contact, so correct.
Okay, but in a very formal way, Mr. Buck did indicate that he thought there was a major flaw in your proposal, and instead of alleviating the impact of weather on the company and its customers, it would exacerbate it. Isn't that what Mr. Buck said?
I believe that's what his affidavit said.
Okay, what follow-up did you do after you received that affidavit?
I do not recall having the opportunity for follow-up.
Okay, so you didn't go back and talk to your other staff members and say, hey, wait a minute, they're saying this 1 cent cap's gonna make things worse off for them rather than better?
What I know I discussed with staff. Now I'm trying to recall if I had filed any testimony material filing. I don't recall if I did or not.
Well, let me ask you this. Did it occur to you when you were briefly explaining what this tariff would do to the commission when it was unveiled on that last day of the evidentiary hearing, to talk to the commission a little bit about the 1 cent cap?
I don't know if I did or not.
Okay, well, we have a transcript and we can tell whether you did or not. Do you think that was an important element?
Because with the impacts of the mechanism were known, I thought a cap that, and this cap also swung both ways. It was a 1 cent on the customer and 1 cent on the company when as proposed.
Okay. Is that a feature that you got from one of those sample tariffs that you looked at?
I don't know where if it could have developed in discussion with other staff members. I do not recall.
Okay, well, you got the tariffs in front of you. Do either of those have a cap in it like that?
I do not have to go find them again. And these are only one sheets. I do not, there may be subsequent sheets to these tariffs, I'm not sure. So this is like the first page of tariff sheets from the other companies, the samples. I don't know if there's subsequent 2 or 3 pages to the
Do you
total.
think you may have attached more to your testimony?
I don't know that I attached them or did not attach them. I think this was just examples of things, providing some mechanism that Spire could have looked at.
Okay, well, you know, for what it's worth, the pages that you do have, you see a cap there.
I do not.
Okay, and how many weather clauses are you familiar with where they impose a hard cap?
Define hard, like, well, there's
You
the
have
two,
to absorb
there's,
anything above a certain percent.
there's the two in Missouri that were limited to 5-cent increase.
Okay, but that is with anything over it deferred for recovery in the subsequent adjustment, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm not calling a hard cap. Calling a hard cap is if it's above it, you absorb it.
I don't recall
And
any.
you don't recall any others?
Correct.
Okay. And staff has talked a lot about wanting to have an accurate reconciliation of the weather and customer usage. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's why it interprets its language in part to provide for this re-ranking. Is that correct?
I mean, the language itself, and where it says staff's daily normal weather, Dr. Wong defines that phrase in his testimony in the rate case.
Well, and as we've established, the beginning of that says we use the total heating degree days in the rate case, right?
Yes.
And that doesn't change, you use that on an annual basis.
Yes.
Okay, so nothing in the words that go after that vary the fact that you use the total heating degree days established in the rate case.
Was there a question?
Yeah, I'm saying it says you use the total heating degree days in the rate case, and nothing that follows after that sentence is designed to vary that and say you use something different than the total heating degree days.
I don't read the definition to say that paraphrase of what you just said. I mean, the definition is the total normal heating degree days based upon staff's daily normal weather as determined in the most recent rate case.
Yeah, and there is nothing that's going to change the fact that you're using the total normal heating degree days established by staff in the rate case. Is that correct?
That's changing some words around that I'm not sure that has the same meaning as what I just said.
Okay, you may be seeing the difference, I don't. But in any event, the total heating degree days stay the same, right?
The total annual heating degree days does not change.
Okay. Page 3, I think it's in your rebuttal, you mentioned the fact that Liberty has a tariff in effect, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they also filed for their first adjustment, is that correct?
Yes.
How much of an adjustment did they make?
I don't recall specifically. I think it was 0 or next to 0.
How about just 0?
Okay. I'll take your word for it. It was 0.
Okay, so they really didn't have anything financial at stake in that adjustment, did they?
I don't know.
Okay, and did staff provide them copies of its work papers on how it determined what an adjustment should be?
Yes.
And that adjustment produced no change in their WNAR, is that correct?
I think that's correct.
Okay. And they went along with that?
They filed a method consistent with staff's method.
Based on, yeah, staff's method, right?
Correct.
Staff had provided work papers on it. Okay. Did Liberty, aside from filing on that method, did they make any representations to the staff that were just fine with your approach?
Liberty filed a method consistent with staff's method.
I know they filed a method that was consistent with staff's method. Did they make any representations to you that we are fine with staff's method?
I don't recall a discussion of anywhere, anything like this at all with Liberty. They filed something consistent with what we.
They just filed a 0 and they just used staff's method in calculating the 0. Is that right? That's fine. I withdraw the question. I don't need anything additional on that. Okay. I think at page 1 of your testimony, we have that. And I'm referring to page, line 21.
Okay.
And there you say, no, Mr. Weitzel's interpretation ignores an entire clause of the tariff, and then you go on to quote, based upon staff's daily normal weather, as determined in the most recent rate case. Now, when you say he ignores it, you don't mean that he didn't address it, do you?
Mr. Weitzel only examines the as determined portion of that, or correct, he only really says determined in the most recent rate case. He does not read the clause as a whole.
So he references that provision that you're saying he left out based on staff's. If I could approach the witness.
Certainly.
I'm almost done.
And I have Mr. Weitzel's
Oh,
testimony.
you do? Okay. Could you turn to page 5 of his direct testimony?
Okay.
And focus your attention on lines 9 to 12.
Take direct.
Yeah. You have that?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me whether Mr. Weitzel references the entire phrase there?
He does list from lines 10 to 12 the entire clause.
Okay,
or
so,
entire definition.
you know, it's not that big of a deal, but when we say he ignored it, he didn't ignore it, did he?
I would disagree because the way he focuses on the emphasizing the as determined in the most recent rate case, I think that changes how that clause is read as a whole.
Okay, so he repeated the entire clause, but because he italicized certain words in it, you're saying he ignored it. Is that your testimony?
It changes it, which is like ignoring the rest of the words in front of it. Those impact how that entire clause is read.
Okay. So that's your definition.
Asked and answered.
I'll overrule. You can answer.
This is how I interpreted it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stolman, I appreciate it.
Paul, do you have a question?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could I ask you to look at page 1 of your direct testimony? Lines 18 to 21. And then I want to look at that statement and compare it to the formula. And what I have for me is Spire West, but I'm not sure it matters. So, staff is recommending rejection because Spire ranks normal weather to 216 actual weather. And so, where it says normal weather, is that what is used in NDVIJ?
Yes.
So, where I'm confused amongst other areas is in your statement here, you go on to say what Spire should have done is normal weather to be ranked to the actual weather of the accumulation period, right?
Yes.
So in both cases, you have Spire and staff with the same normal weather, but a different actual weather. Is that correct?
Not precisely.
Or even close?
The issue is that staff does not assign a normal weather value to a specific calendar date. We do have normal values ranked from coldest to warmest in a calendar month that our method, what it's referring to in staff's daily normal weather, is that you would then have to match so that the coldest normal goes with the coldest actual. If this was only in a calendar month, if the billing cycle was one cycle in a calendar month, there'd be no difference in the method or in the outcome of staff's and Spire's. The issue is that the billing cycles are not on a calendar month basis. They go before and after a specific calendar month. So the values of normals that get assigned in the billing cycle can move in or out of that period.
Okay. Would you be able to run through a calculation using this formula?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll try to.
And so you would need to pick an applicable billing cycle month to start?
Yes.
Okay.
If you have the testimony, can you turn to schedule MLSD2? It's after my credentials. And I apologize for the font of this. It was the only way to get it on one page. And I tried to describe it in a simpler fashion within my testimonies. So the example given here, this was the norm WX column was the actual normal for the 2016 dates, November the 1st through December the 31st.
Okay, where does it say that? Where does it say that on?
So the norm WX, that stands for normal weather, and this was just this was taken from the rate case. These values. So, and
okay.
The rank 2016 rank shows how basically the warmest to coldest date for that period, the 2016 rank. So in this example, what I did was assume that the weather miraculously worked out to be the exact same heating degree days as the normal period, but I rearranged them. So the hypothetical actual HDD, I go from the coldest day in November, make that November 1st, and go to the warmest day, which was 0 HDD on November 30th. And then I proceeded to go, December was the exact opposite. The warmest day was December the 1st, and the coldest day was December the 31st. So if I skip the next column and go to staffed re-ranked normal.
Okay, so is the accumulation period here November and December?
The calendar months are that. The accumulation period would depend on what the billing cycle was, that's even further to the right in that box that's highlighted yellow.
Okay.
So the way the staffed re-ranked normal, what staff would do is assign a rank for the new temperatures and rearrange the normals. As I stated, that because the weather was actually the same in this hypothetical, the rank of the new normal, which I call a re-rank just to try and clarify what I was referring to, is the same as the hypothetical actual. And so there would be no difference. You would take NDD minus ADD for a given day as on this equation, and you would end up with 0. Spire's method is on the hypothetical NDD minus ADD company method. So they're maintaining that norm WX column rank and subtracting the hypothetical actual weather. And so you end up with large differences. But if you go to the bottom of the column, I sum up that column. So even all those differences, they net out to 0. And so they could.
So could you have done this for an actual month instead of this hypothetical?
Yes, we have this, and this wasn't as a work paper. The purpose of this example is to show that there was a volatility with the company's method when staff's method had no volatility. It would have netted out to 0 on each day.
Yeah, but it's assuming that the actual was the same as the normalized.
Yeah.
Which is, so then that's what
it was unrealistic. Like, I admit that the scenario wasn't realistic. And as a schedule, I did not provide the example we have that going through with the company. We basically did the same thing. This is a spreadsheet I was providing to the company just to try and help compare.
So are those your work papers?
No, these were papers provided to the company in discussion over this case.
With actual numbers?
Yes.
Okay, well, we should probably. Is that an exhibit?
I don't know.
It has not been made an exhibit, but with proper identification, we can certainly do that.
Well, if we're gonna talk about it, I think the record would be benefited by doing so.
If it's,
Can we do that now?
well, I don't have extra copies of it right now, but you can talk about it, and we can late file it if you want it as a late filed exhibit.
Well, my concern would be to give it a number today so that when we're reading this transcript,
Right.
I mean, we can late file it, but can we go ahead and mark it even though we
Sure.
have a single?
Yeah, it would be 209 according to my numbering.
And what are we gonna name that?
I'm gonna have to defer to Mr. Stallman on that, I don't have one.
Mr. Stallman, what would you like to entitle those documents?
Let's a,
It's just one document, isn't it?
yes,
Yeah, just give it a name.
sample WNAR for April through September 2018.
That's probably good enough for purposes of being able to understand our transcript.
What it is, I mean,
The other parties want to see this first.
Well, the commissioner's asking some questions about it. You want to go ahead and circulate it?
Well, I don't think they have copies of it.
What'd you do?
No, it's
It's
just
his only copy.
No, I was gonna,
just to
see
show
what it-
them what it is.
Okay. It's coming back. Watch him.
I trust him not to tear it up in front of the commissioners.
So what number did we decide on, 209?
Yes.
Yes. I'm calling it sample WNAR for April to September 2018.
And to clarify, this didn't reflect the actual accumulation period that they had for this case. So this was just a sample to try and show differences between the methods, between what Spire was doing and what we are doing.
And it's April to what?
April to kind of September of 2018.
So 6 months?
I think that's right. So what we have is for each calendar date, we put the observed total, that's the actual ADD. And then we have, I left a 2016 rank from the rate case for, so this would be a rank for April 1st of 2016. But then I also have the staff method rank of 2018. And so you'll see there's a difference in the numbers on most of these numbers. This next column is just taking, in this case, it's subtracting the observed from the 2018 ranking, so NDD minus ADD. And the next column is it has the bill cycle identified. This would be the accumulation period. There is a little trick that the tariff did not start until the 19th of April. So since the bill cycle on cycle number 13 here ended the 18th, there was no sum of these numbers. But the bill cycle number 14 adds the numbers from 4/19, the effective date, to 4/21.
So can you run through the numbers for that first billing cycle?
Okay. So
Over from the left.
okay,
So 4/20, I guess,
4/20.
for 2018.
Let me closer so I can. Okay. So this was the normal observed on that day.
Probably need to be on the left.
So 4/20/18 had a normal of our observed actual of 15.5 heating degree days. So roughly, we did the math. I'm going to round it to 15 to make it easier for me. It would be a 65 minus 15. So you have the average temperature of that day was 50 degrees.
Okay.
But back in so the normal for that day by the 2018 rank was by staff's method 9.1.
Okay, so when you say the 2018 rank, what do you mean?
that this would, so in our series of days, we, going from the calendar month, our calendar data 4/1 to 4/30, all these normals will have associated rank in them. It would be more like the column where I actually provided the rank number in the actual schedule of my testimony. And so this is just making sure that if it's the coldest day, it matches the coldest observed.
In 2018.
Yes.
So that's not 30 years, that's just 2018.
Yes. So the coldest day for April of 2018 appears to be April the 1st, had a heating degree day of 32 heating degree days. So the ranked normal for 2018 is 27.4. That should be the largest number in that column. And the 2016 column, the 27.4.
Which is the company's approach.
Yes. The 27.4 shows up on April the 9th. So we can state that on April the 9th, 2016, that was the coldest day in April.
Okay.
So then this is just subtraction. I wish in this example I had also provided the Spire column, but this was the way I worked this out was by switching the reference on the column on this. So billing cycle 14 of this cycle, it sums up to 20.19, and that is, so from 419 to 421, these three numbers got added up. The 8.85, 6.43, and 4.91 sum up to 20.19. Then all you do is multiply your customer charges and and then by your beta, which in this case I have 0.14, so this is an example for Spire East. And so when you have your completed billing cycle, the 13 through the 18, you add up all of those billing cycles, the product of the betas, and you would get the WNEI, and then you multiply that by the applicable rate, which is the WRVR. I'm sorry, this is more complex following through a spreadsheet by hand than looking at the actual formulas.
But it's helpful. Okay, I have no further questions, thank you.
This is probably not the best place to break, but our court reporter's been at it for a solid 2 hours. Can we give her about 10 minutes? Absolutely. Be okay before we go on? I expect you all have some questions. I've got a couple, but why don't we have an intermission for about 10 minutes to give our court reporter and anybody else a little relief, okay?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
see what you're doing. You're aiming at your camera back there. I thought you were taking a shot at me. All right. I was about to pass the witness over to Chairman Sylvie if he's got some questions.
I do not at this time.
All right. And Commissioner Coleman. Okay, did you have some more questions? All right. In that event, I did have a couple, and I'm looking over your head again at the screen. You were asked some questions by counsel in the course of examination about what I took to be perhaps an annualized way of looking at NDD, but looking at the tariff language, doesn't it state the WNA factor will be calculated for each billing cycle and billing month as follows? So the formula that you're looking at up there that we have before us, does that calculate on a billing month or a billing cycle of a billing month? Is that how the formula works?
Yeah, so it would be on a billing cycle basis.
Which is give or take 30 days.
Yes.
Something on that order. Okay, you know, the elephant in the room is, why are we doing this? We're calculating a rider that's going to go on the customer's bill, is that right?
Yes.
That's going to be a charge, or it might be a credit.
Yes.
Okay, depending on how this formula comes out, at the end of the day, the customer may actually see a discount in the bill because of the application of this process.
Correct.
Or may see an add-on to the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's going to be the monthly bill,
Yes.
not the annual bill or anything.
Correct.
Because what I'm driving back is back to that coefficient, beta.
Yes.
Beta is a coefficient applicable to a monthly billing cycle and not to anything that's been annualized, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all the questions I've got. All right, does OPC have any recross?
I'm trying to, it was hard to follow the questions based upon the document that you just handed out for those of us who didn't have it, but I'd like to ask you something about the annual NDD. And you had said that it was the same between Spire and staff, the annual?
The total count, yes.
Is this based on a calendar year,
Yes.
not
Not a billing cycle year.
but residential customers are not billed on a calendar year?
Correct.
Would 12 billing months equal 365 days for every bill cycle?
Not necessary.
So less than 365 days or more?
I think it varies. I would defer to Robin Cleathorns.
So would Spire's NDD and staff's NDD for the 12 billing months be the same?
Using the same billing cycle dates, the sum would be the same. The problem is when you multiply by changing customers within that period.
Changing customer numbers?
Yes, within one cycle, one bill cycle versus another bill cycle. If the customer counts change, that's where, while our numbers will be different in a given billing cycle month, and they'll sum out to be the same over a year, that the problem is when the different customer counts will result in magnify the differences between staff's and company's method.
Just to kind of sum up, the NDD up here and the ADD and the C are all variables.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any recross from Spire?
Just a few. You were asked some questions about doing things on a billing cycle, billing month basis. And I'm interested in just asking what the impact of this is on the customer. And you have been here where we've talked about which method has more volatility and that sort of thing. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, and I just want to make sure everybody has a good understanding of when the impact is on the customer. Under the WNAR, we basically have it into effect for a year, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you know, you look at all the puts and takes, the ups and downs, whatever the volatility is, and at the end of the year, you'll have a number that will be translated into an adjustment that will be reflected in the customer's bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and I think you said you went back and you looked at a prior year and you determined that at the end of the year, there was 140,000 difference between the company's approach and staff's approach.
I think approximately that amount.
Okay, that's 140,000 difference that would be reflected in an annual adjustment that then customers would start to go ahead and pay, right?
Well, just clarify, make sure I'm understanding. It would be put in a monthly bill basis, but going on for
Sure.
for a
I
year.
mean, it would be collected over, it would be put in a monthly bill and billed therefrom until it was either credited back to customers or collected, right?
Yes, and this was only one example. How it would work out in other years, I don't know.
Okay, but what we're not doing is, we're not taking these variations or these differences between the company's method and staff's method and billing customers that difference on a monthly basis, right? We're not making a WNAR adjustment every month, are we?
No.
Okay, it's something that gets made, you know, after a year, and according to the one analysis you did, the ultimate net result was approximately $140,000 difference.
I think some of these, I think they file every 6 months per car, right, semi-annual.
Yeah, but it lasts for a year after
Yeah.
that, right? A 12-month period. Okay. And it's what happens through all the reconciliations over that yearly period that ultimately gets reflected on the customer's bill. Is that correct?
I think that's correct.
Okay, and do you have any idea of what the company's distribution revenues are compared to that 140,000?
No.
Okay.
Robin Cleveland probably has a better idea of that.
Fine, I'll ask her. Thank you very much.
Redirect from staff?
Yes, thanks, Judge. Starting at the end there and working back, Mr. Stallman, Mr. Pendergast was asking me about this 130 or 140,000 difference that had been calculated. First of all, I want to clarify what that is a difference in between. That, as I understand it, that was a difference between staff's method and Spire's method for calculating the WNAR adjustment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was also limited to, I believe in that instance, Spire East, so it did not include Spire West. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, if you assume that, and this probably would not be an accurate assumption, but if you assume that Spire West difference was the same as Spire East, that would put you at 280,000 total company for a difference between the method.
Yes.
Okay.
One way to compare it to, I know we recommended WNAR rates of a negative 0.0005 and a positive 0.008. I don't recall what the company numbers were when they filed. I can give you a comparison on our difference just for the short period.
Right, for this particular accumulation.
Yes.
so continuing to work backward. While we were off the record during intermission, staff made copies of what was marked as Exhibit 209, which I believe is the document that you were discussing previously with Commissioner Hall. Do you have a copy of that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I would offer, if it hasn't already been offered, Exhibit 209 into the record, just to make things clean.
Any objections?
Rick, did you give us a copy?
I did, but if you're nice, I'll give you another.
No, great, thanks.
Okay, 209's admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Stallman, what precisely is Exhibit 209? And by that I mean, why was it calculated? What's it intended to represent?
The Exhibit 209 was meant to assist Spire and staff's discussions on the differences between what their method was and what our method is. So it went through and actually calculated the monthly values for the time period given. And the way I had it in the Excel document was the NDD minus ADD column. I would just change out whether it was subtracting from the 2016 or 2018 column, so I can quickly compare the differences in values.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, based on your answer, this is not the calculation of staff's proposed WNAR adjustment in this case for either Spire East or Spire West.
No, this this went beyond the accumulation period, and yeah.
And the reason it went beyond the accumulation period was an attempt to compare the difference between the staff's method and Spire's method?
Yes, the accumulation period in this case had less heating degree days than normal. So as we were in discussions, it was later on, we had better, more updated data for the...
we had colder months.
Yes, colder months and more recent data. I think in other examples, we actually reached back for a certain time period.
Response to a question, Chairman Hall, or Commissioner Hall was asking some questions about the relationship of staff's daily normal heating degree days and the actual heating degree days, if I was understanding the question correctly. Is it correct that staff's calculation of daily normal degree days includes ranking based on actual temperature?
Yes.
Okay, now could you, and that's kind of been a spot of some, I think, confusion throughout this area. Could you explain that?
So the phrase staff's daily normal weather refers basically to a method, not specific values. We really struggled on trying to write this tariff language for a week or two because we recognized that we wanted the total annual to be the same numbers, or even within a month. We wanted those normals to be the same numbers, but they needed to be changed on which specific date they were applied. If the numbers were fixed, this table, or we would have inserted a table that on another tariff sheet to reference to, and it would have been a whole lot easier tariff to write. The issue is that we didn't have a real fixed calendar date that we could assign it on these normals.
Mr. Pendergast asked you several questions about staff's original WNAR tariff proposal. I believe it was Exhibit 281 from the rate case. Had a what he referred to as a hard fixed rate cap. What relevance to the calculation of the WNAR adjustment would the existence of a hard fixed rate cap be?
It would not change the calculation at all. It would just limit the final rate at the end of all the calculations, which would include multiplying the WNA sub I by the weighted residential volumetric rate.
And when you say weighted residential volume, what was that? Say that again.
The weighted residential volumetric rate,
Okay.
that you multiply this WNAI by the applicable rate in order to get the dollars that need to be collected or paid.
And as a result of Mr. Buck's affidavit, which Mr. Pendergast said you read earlier, did the commission wind up approving a 5%, or excuse me, not 5%, a 5-cent cap rather than just a 1 cent cap?
Yes. And the 5-cent cap also had there was a soft cap, I think would be the correct term.
Meaning?
That the amounts above 5 cents would also be collected with interest in subsequent periods.
Is it rolled over to the future? Yeah. Thank you, that's all I have.
All right. So we're going to step down, be released. Staff, I believe your next witness is Robin Cleathermos.
Yes.
We've heard a lot about her. Cleathermos, you want to state your name for the record, and then we'll swear you.
Robin Cleathermos, Klieithermes.
Ms. Cleathermos, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing will be the truth?
I do.
Be seated. Proceed, counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Cleathermos, I just dawned on me, I think I've forgotten to ask this question of all my previous litany of witnesses. Ms. Cleathermos, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by the Missouri Public Service Commission as the Rate and Tariff Examination Manager.
All right. Are you the same Robin Cleathermos that has caused to be prepared in this case rebuttal testimony, which has been marked as exhibit number 204?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections you need to make to that testimony?
I do. On page 5, I would like to delete the sentence that starts on line 12 and it ends on 14, but move the footnote 3 up to the sentence that ends on line 11.
Okay. So lines 12 through 14 delete, except the footnote moves up to line 11.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any other additions or corrections?
I do not.
All right. But with that correction, if I were to ask you the questions contained in Exhibit 204, would your answers be the same today as contained therein?
Yes.
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Judge, I would offer Exhibit 204 and tender the witness.
Any objections to Exhibit 204? 204 is admitted. And Office for Public Counsel may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Cleathermos.
Good afternoon.
I'm looking at your example for the differences of the staff and the company's interpretation of actual versus normal for April 19th.
What page? Okay.
on April 19th, right?
Yes. 2018.
Thank you. So what does 19.5 heating degree days mean?
Okay, so 19.5 heating degree days is the result of the, what we refer to as the mean daily temperature subtracted from 65 degrees. So, Soon-Jun, Dr. Wan, in his direct testimony actually provides a little bit greater detail about how the mean daily temperature is calculated, but essentially the average of the daily maximum and the daily minimum temperature for that day. So if you have heating degree days of 19.5, then you're going to have a temperature, an average temperature of 45.5, so you could round up to 20 just to make it easier and say 45 degrees. So on April 19th of 2018, it was on an average of 45 degrees.
Is this across a territory? Is this
This would be, it is my understanding, and again, I think this goes back to Dr. Wan's testimony on what, but for Spire East, it would be the weather data or the temperature of the St. Louis airport.
NOAA? Calculated by NOAA?
Oh, I'm sorry. So, this comes from the Midwest Regional Climate Center, is where staff's actual weather is coming from.
Thank you. And you said that the mean is the daily high temperature plus the daily low temperature divided by 2. Is that correct?
Yeah, Dr. Wan provides on page 2 of his direct MD, so mean daily temperature equals T max plus T min divided by 2.
So what is important about the daily temperature of 65 degrees? Why do you use 65?
Well, that's, so again, this is part of Dr. Wan's testimony, but I think the 65 comes from, it says a comfort level of 65 degrees. I think that is just an industry standard.
Or when customers heat their home? Or?
Yeah, I think that's generally, but I would defer to, again, Dr. Wan if you have specifics on how 65 degrees.
So is it likely that Spire's residential customers, I don't know if this is east or west, were heating their homes on April 19th last year?
So you mean in 2018? I'm sorry.
2018.
I forget that we were in 2019 of this year. So April 19th of 2018, because there were 19.5 heating degree days, then they would be heating their home.
You state that staff's normal was 10.6 heating degree days for April 19th. What mean daily temperature does this equal?
So you would subtract 65, or 10.6 from 65. So I'm just gonna do it as a 10 and do 55 degrees.
And so the mean daily temperature
The mean daily temperature would be 55.
so you subtract the 10 from the 65.
Yes.
So is it likely that Spire's residential customers would heat their homes on a day with a mean daily temperature of 54.4?
Yes, because it would be less than 65 degrees.
And certainly this may vary by customer, right?
When they heat their home, it could.
So usage for space heating would be higher on a day with a mean daily temperature of 45 or 55?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Customers would be using their space heating. Would it be higher, their use of space heating, would it be higher if the mean daily temperature is 45 or 55
Generally, it would be higher the colder it
or 45?
is. Correct.
And what is the normal HDD for April 19th that Spire is proposing to use? Do you have that?
I do. So the normal heating degree day ranked on 2016 actual for April 19 was, let me find it in my testimony to be exact.
I'm just on page 5, the top of page 5, please.
There were 0 heating degree days.
Under what?
So in April 19th of 2016, was one of the warmest days in April, so there were 0 heating degree days assigned to that. So under Spire's interpretation, the observed 19.5 heating degree days from April 19th, 2018 would get subtracted from 0 from a normal range on 2016 actuals.
So which normal provides a bigger adjustment for April 19th?
The Spire's interpretation.
0 for 2016.
That is correct.
Would this mean lower or higher revenues for Spire?
It would actually, so the greater the difference, so they're 19 point, because they would, if you took 19.5 minus 0, you get a negative 19.5, well, 0 minus 19.5, get a negative 19.5. Then it would actually be a greater reduction to, when we're only talking about this day in isolation and not summed up over the billing cycle or the applicable period of time that we're looking at to calculate the WNAR, you are going to get a greater adjustment downward on their revenues than what staff would propose.
The Spire's methodology is their day in April is assigned a normal 10.6 HGD.
Yes. Hold on just a second, let me take a look. So in 2016, the 10.6 normal heating degree day that would get assigned to it is April 6th.
Why is it important which days staff assigns as normal?
So when this gets accumulated, so I think what we've already talked about is if everything was on a calendar month, it would come out, but if it's not, and there's billing cycles involved, and then we also have seasonal rates involved, and that's where the difference is. When you sum it up over a billing cycle, and then you have different numbers of customers per billing cycle, then these differences are created.
What's the result of those differences on rates?
So, and I think this is what we've kind of been talking about, or Mr. Stallman talked about it. I think even Mr. Weitzel touched on it, that, you know, we have looked at we did go back over a year when we were discussing this issue, and over the year it came up to a difference between the two interpretations of approximately, I think, $130,000 for Spire East. So that was over, I think the time period we used was 2016, or maybe 12 months ending October or something. It's 2016, 2017 time period we used. So in that, over a year, the difference would be about 130. If not for the changes in customers or seasonal rates, you would you would, we suspect, see no difference. But again, this all depends on how weather happens and number of customers per billing cycle happen.
Are all of those taken into account to reach the final number?
Yes.
Which methodology results in more volatility?
Spire's method will result in more volatility.
How do you know that?
Because staff is aligning actuals with the normals, the difference between the two values will always smooth over time. Whereas, for example, I'm going to use the date of April 13th. Well, actually, April 19th, I used in my testimony. So, is a very good example. So in 2016, there were 0 normal heating degree days assigned to that day. In 2018, there were 10.6. So just looking at that day, because it's not realigned, the difference is larger. Now, when you're using Spire's interpretation, there's another day that probably has a positive offset to that is much greater. For example, April 13th, there was observed in 2018 0 heating degree days. In 2016, there were 12.9 heating degree days assigned to that day, and in 2018, 0. So there's a positive difference. Where this comes into creating these differences is because that positive value could have gotten to a different bill cycle with a different number of customers. The negative value, the large negative, went to a different bill cycle with a different level of customers, or a different, came in April 19th, could have come into the May billing month. So the difference gets added over time, and that's where these differences come from.
I'm not completely clear, and perhaps you can help me on how billing cycles interact with this, with the tariff.
Well, the billing cycle will be, and it's zoomed in, I forget whether that's the, I think we're talking about billing cycle. But, so I and J will be the billing cycle. So when the applicable billing cycle month. So all those will work together, and then basically the way Mr. Stallman explained it to Commissioner Hall.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Spire, cross-examination.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I think Mr. Stallman deferred this question to you. We had a discussion about, after all the puts and takes were taken into account and netted at the end of the year, there was about $130,000 difference.
Yes.
Okay, and can you just put that difference into perspective as a percent of Spire East's total distribution revenues?
So for, subject to check, final revenue numbers, but Spire East residential revenue, I believe, was approximately $272 million.
Okay.
So 130,000 of that is, I think, 0.04%.
Okay, and, you know, when we talk about this volatility and greater differences, between actuals and whatever baseline you're using, that's all taken into account kind of on a back office basis. And the customer just kind of sees the cumulative impact of that at the end of the period, don't they?
The cumulative, yes, the cumulative differences they will see those. So, but yeah.
Yeah, and you gave an example, the one day when reliance on the rate case information showed 0, but the actual temperature was higher. Maybe that day got pushed into another period or another area. But the fact of the matter is, when you come to the annual reconciliation, the volatility, if you will, between those two results kind of gets taken care of through the netting process, doesn't it?
It should. There is still the unknown of, you know, what does weather do in the next month and does it, but it should net out.
Okay. And if you have a normal HDD and it's the same for the year and it's the same for the month, would the coefficient be the same?
Could you repeat your question?
Yeah, if you have a normal HDD and it's the same for the year and same for the month, it doesn't vary, wouldn't the coefficient be the same?
I don't know. You mean actual heating degree day? You have the same level of actual heating degree days for the month?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. I believe that's all I have, thank you.
Chairman Sylvie, do you have any questions?
No.
Commissioner Hall, do you have any questions?
Good question, thank you.
Thank you.
I need to clarify something, ma'am. You referred to, you were asked questions about the 65 degrees and
Yeah.
indicated it had something to do with the industry standard. And counsel, I don't know if you want to provide her with this exhibit, but I think we need to clear up the record on this. This is the direct testimony of Dr. Wan, which I believe is exhibit number 200. Do you have that in front of you there? Dr.
Yes.
If you would refer, I believe it's to page 2 of his testimony,
Yes.
okay? And you see where I am, he's talking about, he starts out, if I can go partway down the page, HDDs are based on the difference of MDT, which I guess is mean daily temperature, according to his statement above.
Yes.
From a comfort level of 65 degrees, HDDs are calculated as the difference between 65 degrees and MDT when MDT is below 65 and are equal to 0 when MDT is above 65.
That is correct.
Okay, now having reviewed that, do you have anything more that you want to tell us about how, or that's a bad question, strike that question. How does the 65 degree factor function as some kind of a threshold in the computation of the WNA, or can you answer that question?
Oh, if I understand what you're asking, so the 65 degree, the difference between the 65 degrees and the MDT, or the mean daily temperature, if the MDT is below 65, creates the heating degree day.
That's what creates the heating degree day.
That creates the heating degree day.
So, unless there be any confusion in the room beyond my own confusion, it is very possible that we will have far fewer than 365 days in a year in question. Is that right?
Right.
And that will depend upon the year in question. Is that right?
Right, yeah, heating
And so
degree, yeah.
2018 could be a lot different than 2017 or 16. Is that also correct?
Are you talking about actual heating degree days or normal?
Well,
I think
the days that qualify under using this 65 degree threshold.
So, well, for example, and I think I'm going to say this as a general, I believe the level of normal heating degree days, for example, that we were looking at in the rate case, and I think this is Spire East, this is subject to check, I think it's approximately like 3,500 or 3,600 heating degree days. So there will be more than 365 heating degrees, because a day and a heating degree day are not the same.
I see.
Yeah.
So that number could be up, down. 365 doesn't mean anything.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks. That's all the questions I have. Does OPC have some recross?
No, thank you, Judge.
Does Spire have some recross?
No, Your Honor.
Does staff have some redirect?
Just very briefly, based on your question, Ms. Cleatharvis, back to the judge's question. For example, you could have one day that has 30 heating degree days in it, correct?
Yes, so 30, if you had 30 heating degree days, you'd have a temperature of 35 degrees.
Yeah, and the reason, going back to Dr. Wan's testimony where he talks about HDDs are calculated or equal to 0 when MDT is above 65. If it's 65 or above, then the assumption is there's no heating necessary, so that day just gets a 0.
That is correct.
Okay, I don't know if that helps the judge or not, but that's all I have.
Appreciate your help. Okay, can this witness step down?
Sure.
Okay, we are at 5 after 4. There is, I guess, we're ready to proceed with public counsel's witnesses. Staff, you've rested
my
for
last
the record.
Do what?
You've rested for the record.
I have, yeah.
Yes, Ms. Mantle, you want to state your full name?
My name is Lena M. Mantle.
And Ms. Mantle, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing will be the truth?
Yes.
Thanks. You may be seated, and counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Mantle, in this case, you have prepared direct and rebuttal testimony. Your direct has been marked as Exhibit 300,
That is correct.
and you prepared this yourself.
Yes, I do.
Your rebuttal is marked 301, and again, you prepared this yourself,
Yes.
and it's marked 301.
Yes.
That's all of your testimony in this case.
That is all.
For whom do you work and in what position?
I work for the Office of Public Counsel as senior analyst.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
Yes, I do.
What page would that be?
To my direct testimony, page 3, in my preparation yesterday for the hearing, I realized that I had the methodology for how normals were prepared for the electric cases and not the gas cases, so I'd like to make the following changes. Beginning on line 9. Staff's methodology of determining normal weather HDD calculates 365 days of normal HDD utilizing a method that ranks by month instead of by year. For 30 years, the daily HDD and calculates an average for each rank to obtain a normal HDD for each rank. So in that sentence, I changed the word year to month. The next sentence, I would like to do the same.
Just a moment. And you also changed averages to average on line 11?
Yes.
Thank you.
And then on the next sentence begins with, for example, the coldest day in each, it should be month, not year. The day with the largest HDD is given the rank of 1 in every year in the 30-year time period. The coldest normal HDD is calculated by average the ADD that ranked 1 of each month. So again, changing the word year to month. The second coldest normal HDD is calculated by averaging the second ranking HDD in each calendar month. This is continued for each rank and ending that paragraph there. I then would like to strike in lines 17 through 22, except for the last word 22. So that paragraph would then just read, thus the actual assignment of normal HDD to a given date varies based on the actual weather in the time period for which the normalization is being conducted. That ends my corrections.
So you don't have any corrections to any other testimony?
No.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
On line 16, the very last sentence, this is continued for each rank,
And then strike through 365.
well, just period after rank.
Yes, that would change for every month,
All right.
the numbers, so.
With these corrections, if I ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Is your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I offer the witness for cross-examination.
Are you gonna offer the exhibits?
I will offer exhibits 300 and 301.
Any objections? 300 and 301 are admitted. And staff, would you like to cross?
No questions, Your Judge.
Spire, do you have any cross-examination?
No question, Your Honor.
Commissioner or Chairman Sylvie, do you have any questions?
No.
Commissioner Paul, do you have any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, you stepped in.
No question.
You've probably been there a long time.
Very long.
Okay.
All day.
Well, I don't have any questions of this witness.
So she may be excused?
Yes, you may, and, well, there's, I guess nobody had any questions, OPC doesn't have any redirect. When is the transcript due in this case?
The 18th.
The 18th. Well, I'm going to reflect on this and issue an order concerning briefing and a briefing schedule. I'm pretty sure I'm going to want to identify in that after we've reflected some specific issues and things that we'll want addressed in the brief, so.
I'm not disagreeing with anything you just said, but.
Of course not.
No, really not. We did include in the procedural schedule a briefing date, which I assume is now to put.
Well, I want to look at that because of there's some, we're going to look at this in terms of what we heard today and concerns that we may have, and we may have to look at that briefing schedule again.
Yeah.
But until further notice, that briefing schedule remains in place.
It
Is
does.
that your question?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not changing any procedural orders in that regard today.
Okay.
Just kind of giving you a heads up.
Related to that then, since it's currently scheduled for, I think, the 25th of this month, which is only, what, 12 days, less than
Coming
2
right
weeks
up.
from now, can we get an expedited transcript?
That is expedited.
Well,
What is today, the 15th, and you said the what, 18th?
This is what I guess you can decide whatever you want.
that's 3 days from now. And you have down what day were you intending to give us the transcript?
On Friday.
On Friday. Well, this is expedited.
It is already expedited?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's 3 days from today, that's expedited now. I want to review the exhibits with you today. Mr. Pendergast, you offered and I showed that we've received 100 and 101.
That is correct, Your Honor.
But I also show that you spent a good deal of time with exhibits, I think 63 and 238 from the rate hearings.
Yes.
Did you offer those?
I did not offer them. I thought that the response I got from the witness
Okay.
was informative enough. I didn't need to do that.
All right. Well, I didn't miss anything there. Then I'll go to the next easiest one, and that's the OPC. Now, I show that 300 and 301 are in, but was 302 offered? I think it
I
must.
checked today.
You certainly spent a lot of time with it, and we called it number 2 many times. But
I call it number 2.
Okay, we're going to let the record reflect that there's no objection to 302, is there? That was a rate case, weather adjustment, that's what I show your title
There
is.
was no objection at the
Okay,
time.
we're going to let that in, that's been admitted, 302. Then I'm going to turn to the lengthier list of staff, and I do show that exhibits 200 through 204 were offered and admitted, and 209 was offered and admitted, and it may be that 205, 6, 7, and 8 were too, but I didn't get them checked off here.
Okay, well, if they're not checked off, I'll re-offer them, because they all should have been offered and received, Judge.
Well, 205 and 206 are the tariffs. 205 is the tariff for east, 206 is the tariff for west. I'm sure I let those in.
Okay.
Those have been admitted because you asked that we take official notice of it, and we did do that.
Okay.
And then, yes, 207 was the dictionary definition of as.
Right.
And is there any objection to the dictionary definition of as? We're going to show that the record's going to reflect that 207 was admitted. And then certain pages from Mr. Stallman's testimony from the rate case were offered as Exhibit 208, and I'm pretty sure that they have been admitted.
Okay.
All right, so I'm showing Exhibits 200 through 209 are in.
Did you say 205? Okay.
205's in. That was the tariff for Spire
Okay.
East.
My testimony, should be 5 pieces of testimony: direct and rebuttal of Juan, direct and rebuttal of Stallman, and rebuttal of Cleathurst.
That's correct.
Okay.
And then several more that you offered. All right. Okay. So the expedited transcripts have been ordered to be ready on no later than January the 18th. All right. And then until you hear further from me, if anything, or from the commission, if anything, we're going to observe the briefing schedule that's set out in the existing procedural order. Okay? Well, with that, are there any other further matters? Mr. Pendergast, you look like you've got something.
Yeah, just in considering whether or not there should be any changes to the briefing schedule. I know for now we're maintaining it. Just a practical consideration, I think we've addressed this maybe in some pleadings before, but our next WNAR filing is due to be filed on March 1st. And so I know that is a pretty expedited situation for the commission, but you know, the preference would be if we're going to get some guidance, if we could get it in time to reflect it in our next filing, that would be great. If not, you know, we'll.
In other words, by February 1st?
Pardon? Well, that's the thing, if you take 30 days.
Right,
you
it's
know,
going to be before
it's
then.
really expedited.
Yeah.
So, any event, I just wanted to mention it, to put into your calculus if you could. And secondly, I think there was some talk with the company and maybe with the staff briefly. You know, we do have some work papers that have been shared between staff and the company, and I think maybe OPC, that just has kind of a more detailed kind of reconciliation, if you will, of our method versus their method with actual numbers. And I know Chairman Hall was really, you know, kind of keen on getting that kind of information. I just wanted to alert you that we may discuss it with the parties afterwards, see how they feel about
Supplementing the record.
submitting that as a late filed exhibit, just for the commission's interest. And I don't know whether they'll be interested in doing that, but I didn't want it to come as a surprise if they are.
So you're warning us that we need to hurry up, and you're telling us there may be more coming. I got it all, Mr. Pendergast. Thank you.
That may be a reason why nothing gets filed.
All right, if there's nothing further, then this hearing is adjourned. It's 4:17 on the same day we started.